Okay, I will succeed.
This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Please be sure to unmute your microphone when speaking for the broadcast and recording. The city clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. We're going to start the study session. We're going to do it a little bit differently this evening. We're going to start with Family and Medical Leave Insurance Plan. I'll invite Armando Guardiola, Director of Human Resources, to give the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and honorable council members. All right. Sorry, can you guys hear me? Okay. I'm actually here. Thank you for having me tonight. I'll be going over a presentation called the Family and Medical Leave Insurance Plan. What is Colorado paid family leave? Colorado voters approved Proposition 118 in November of 2020, paving the way for a state-run paid family and medical leave insurance program. The program will offer employees a percentage of their wage. 37 to 90% is the max, and that's up to 12 weeks, with 16 weeks for pregnancy and birth-related complications under certain circumstances. Beginning January 1st, 2023, the state will collect premiums for employees and employers. And beginning January 24th, qualifying employees can receive benefits. And I'm here actually to go over a couple options that are available for local government. So with local government, while private employers must participate in the program, with those over 10 employees, 50% of the employee's premium, or they have to pay for 50% of the employee's premium, government employers can opt out of the program or automatically be enrolled in the program, and we're calling that opt-in for this presentation. So the two options that I'm bringing forward is opting out is one of the options, and that does have two choices under there, and one of them is to decline participation in the family entirely. And the second one is to decline employer participation in the family and assist individual employees with deductions of premium. And then the second option would be opting in, which is participating in the family program. Any questions as far? Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about opting out. So that is declining the participation in the family program. In order to decline participation in the family program, local government bodies must vote to do this. The local government must then notify the family division of their votes to decline participation. The decision is to decline is good for 8 years from the day of the vote that it was declined. I want to talk a little bit about if we opt out, some things to take into consideration. And one of them is we're already doing this. We do have different types of leave, and we already do some of these type of programs. The cost at this time, later on the slides, you will see that I did a financial impact based on the 2021 payroll, and you can see the cost. The unknown, it's fairly new. There is other states that have implemented this, but right now for the state of Colorado, it's fairly new, so it is the unknown. One of the other ones is only the Division of Family Medical Leave and Insurance will have the new employee's prior wage information. So you will have to secure prior pay information to verify wages on eligible and determine and pay benefits. The ability to customize benefits. We can customize, so that gives us a little bit more leeway to be able to customize those benefits. Centralized leave management, we're currently working on our own employee handbook and looking at leave. Simplify some claims process, a better employee experience, And if you opt out, we always have the option to enroll after we opt out. The option two, or the B to the opting out would be is declining as the employer and then participate or allowing and assisting the employee to participate. What that does is the option, it allows us to, as the local government, to decline participation, but we do assist and administrate the employee's payroll deduction. So something to take in consideration is we would have to administrate that deduction, and then we would have to work with our system. So there's some software upgrades that we'd have to work to implement. Some timelines on opting out procedures is public meeting with public hearing, or public meetings with public hearing that is a notice to all employees. A formal vote must take place. Generally, the vote must occur and it must be give notification to the division, must be done prior to January 1st, 2023. This is indication that because of the employees need 180 days to individually opt in, a vote will have to take place in July. We would be back here in July to get a vote. Written notification to the Division of Family Medical Leave Insurance Program, and then notice to all employees following the vote. Implications of not opting out, the cost for the city would be 0.45 or up to 0.9, depending on the options that we decide to move forward with on the premiums, with maximizing up to 1.2 eventually. So that is a financial impact that I'll show a little bit later on in the next slides. All employees will have to contribute part of their pay. The first year, like we said, would be 0.4 for each employee, and 0.4 for the employee or employer also contributing to the benefits. Also, the job protections for broader array of conditions than FMLA, civil claims with damages up to $500 per violation. Additional considerations if opt out is regardless of the city's choice, individual employees may opt into this program. The employee would have to pay the premium, but no more than 50% of the regular premium amount, which is 0.45 of their salary for the first year. The city may opt in after opting out at the beginning of the following budget year. And once opt in, the city could not opt out for another 3 years. There was a recent survey done at the beginning of the year by Employers Council. And what it did is it surveyed different municipalities and government groups. And what I want you to focus on is the little red square there, or rectangle. They surveyed 54 city and towns, and 28% are gathering information and have not made a decision. 54 are leaning out to opt out, with 2% are leaning to opt in. And we also have 17% that will be opting out, have made a decision already. The next option would be opting in. This option means local government agencies agree to pay the employer share, which is 0.4, which is 50%. And the employee would have to pay the 0.45%, which is also the 50%. Selecting this option is the unknown. Like I said, it's a brand new program that is starting. So there's a lot of regulatory that we don't know, hasn't came out yet. The cost, we have some idea as far as the cost that I will be going over on the next slide. And we've never done this, so let the state do it is another thing we can take. And then the compliance. And so I wanted to go over a little bit about the financial impact to the city. If we opt in, so what I did is I took the payroll 2021. This is unaudited, by the way. And if you look at the 21 payroll was $30 million. The premium for that would be 0.9, which would be $2.7 million. The employer portion would be 1.3, and the employee portion would be 1.3 also. So that would cost the city $1.3 million to participate and pay the premiums. Also, we did not factor in the time to administrate and implement the program, which would be finance and HR impact, so that we didn't take that into into consideration here. So we recommend the city opt out at this point for the following reasons. Financial impact, individual employees can opt in and still receive benefits, increased liability in coordination with the leaves. Division has not finalized all the regulatory rules, including information concerning coordination with other leave laws and premium and benefit calculations. Only Division of Family, Medical Leave, and Insurance will have new employees' prior wage information, the ability to customize benefits, centralized leave management, simplified claims process, better employee experience, an option to enroll after we opt out. Next steps would be direction from council, schedule a hearing at the city council meeting for July, provide required notice to all employees, and then a vote. Any questions?
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. If we opt out, I just want to be clear in my mind. If we opt out, an employee can opt in.
That is correct.
And can we also ask then that if an employee opts in, that the city do their match?
No, if the two choices, if we opt out, the employee would only do their they would have to pay their match. It wouldn't be where we would have to pay. If we opt out completely, we would not be supplementing any type of pay for the employee. They can still participate. They would still be a bank that's being collected by the state, but they would be able to participate on their own based on the amount that they put into the bank.
Is that a rule within the,
Yes, that's why I brought the options of either we opt in or we can still opt out and let them participate and opt in as far as in the program.
did we do a survey of our own employees?
We have not.
I think my only concern is that this was voted on and voted for by the by Colorado voters, and I would prefer at least having staff weigh in on this rather than make a decision for them.
Just to make clear, what I'm hearing is we can definitely do a survey, and bring something back in July for a vote. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what I'm suggesting.
We typically do not do that type of thing. Cost is a driver, but also they still have the ability to participate even if the city does not opt in. And my excuse me, still on vacation mode. My argument would be that we can provide better benefits than this program and at a lower cost, and therefore I don't think it's a good idea to participate in it.
And to Roger's point, we are actually looking at our leave, and I think we already provide better benefits based on that. That was one of the reasons I recommended to opt out based on what we provide for our employees already. It is a lot more rich than what this plan would provide to the employees.
So, thank you. That said, I would really like to see a presentation to show that so that you can break it down so that we can actually see it rather than just taking your word for it that that's what it is. I would rather see it. I saw 2 times as well in the presentation that it provides for, if you opt out, provides for a better employee experience. Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, so right now, we're like, for example, one of the things that we're working on around is our employee handbook, and we are looking at different types of leaves. How we can provide better leaves. One experience, for example, is some of our other, let me pull up, I had a note here for us. So for example, our short-term disability, we're probably one of the only cities that pay the 100%. So there is a better benefit when we can customize and add additional leave if we need to. And that's why I think it'd be a better experience for our employees, and also some retention.
So when you bring that forward to us to show your examples of why you think the city could do a better job, would you please set that up in a matrix so we can make that comparison? Really appreciate it. I feel like you are leading us in the direction of wanting to opt out without consulting the people who work for the city, and I really don't think that's the right direction to go in. So that's just my comment. So thank you for making the presentation, though.
If I may just add, the law does require that at the hearing in which council will actually make a decision on this, that the city employees get an opportunity to speak to address council as well. So that although that doesn't give you the information far in advance, it would allow you an opportunity to hear from staff, from employees of the city.
Would we be able to get that, all the information beforehand, though, so that we don't have to make an automatic decision when a vote comes up, so that we have information to reflect on prior to it coming to it, back to us?
Well, it certainly appears that you know, as a body can give staff direction on what you want to hear and when you want to hear it. So, and then Ms. Geiger.
I just wanted to make the point that opting out does not mean the employees are not entitled to the benefits. They can individually opt in. Opting out just relieves the city of its premium obligation. So the benefits should be the same between individual employees opting in and if the employer opted in.
Right, but then at that point, the city, they can't expect to receive a match from the city, correct?
The match is irrelevant with respect to the benefits that the employees receive. So essentially, the premium is double if the city were to not opt out. The division would get double the premium, but the employees would not get any additional benefits. So the benefit amount should be the same regardless of whether the government employer like the city opts out or not.
Yeah, that is just to establish the bank, but the 0.45 is just to establish, but everybody is entitled to the same benefits.
Okay, if I could get a written explanation of that so I could refer to it, I'd really appreciate it.
Okay.
What's our current benefit for family medical leave?
What, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
What's our current benefit for family medical leave?
What do you mean, are you talking about our general leave as far as what we have our banks?
Well, do we have insurance for this already, or?
We do. A lot of this is, we have a bank, a pretty healthy bank that that employees can take advantage of for most of these circumstances, but not all of them. We're looking at some of those that we'd have to add some additional leave.
And do we have a separate insurance provider that we're using for this benefit?
We don't have it's general leave. We keep it all together in one bank. I don't know if I'm understanding that question right. Sarah, do you?
So there isn't,
A specific?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking,
Yeah.
a specific third party?
correct?
Work? I think you might be referring to our short-term disability benefit, Armando. You can explain what that, it's 100% pay, but it's only for certain types of leave associated with the individual employee's health condition. So
Correct.
it's not
That's a
for
supplement,
family
so, but I think what Oscar's asking is, what is our total leave? So we have a total leave because we bank everything together. Is that what you're asking, Oscar? And then after that,
I'm
that's when
asking for,
our disability?
What's the comparable? So I think it would be the short-term leave.
Yeah, well, our short-term disability leave is, like she said, is 100%. It's pretty healthy. I don't think you ever see that. Usually it's about 60% is what we normally see with other entities, so we are very healthy. That's why it was one of the reasons that when we looked at this, we thought ours is pretty healthy. And looking at even the leave and the amount that we provide, giving the option that even providing our leave, they still have the option to use this leave, obviously not concurrent. They would actually look at the hours.
And what's the premium on the short-term disability?
At the top, I don't know at the top of my head, but I can definitely get that for you. We pay it every year. I know we increased, I think it was like 4.5% this last year, but I don't know the total, but I can get that for you, Oscar, or Councilman Madera.
And is that an opt-in for the employees currently?
What's that?
Do the employees have to opt into that?
No, that's automatic, that's all employees.
Okay. And if we were to opt in, can the individual employees opt out?
They don't have to participate if they choose not to.
Yeah, I guess, I'm just getting at, is it, because if we opt out, obviously anyone who wants to participate can participate. It doesn't make sense to me to be paying double premiums to this if the benefit's the same, right? The employee can opt in and get the same benefit without having to have the city match. It just doesn't make sense to opt into this program if you get the same benefit by not having a city match.
Yeah, the short-term disability, there's no opting in or out. They're automatically covered if they
Qualify.
if the employee chooses not to submit for something, say I tripped and wrenched my knee and I decided not to make a claim and just covered it myself. I mean, that's always an employee's choice, but it's not recommended. But it covers everyone.
Yeah.
And just wanted to say, I did get some of the other additional leaves that we actually provide. For example, we have compassion leave, we have emergency leave, we have FMLA, we have injury leave, we have jury leave, we have medical leave, or military leave. So we do have additional leaves, even more richer than what they're providing.
Yeah, I think opting out makes most sense. Just in terms of financially, I would just like to see us provide education to employees so that way they know that they can opt in and, the benefits that they would receive by opting in.
So I'm sorry.
Councilman Madera largely said what I would like to. I just want to agree and show support for that position.
So for clarity, if we opt in, every employee has to pay 0.45%, and that'll go up in 2025 when it goes up to 1.2, I believe? 1.2 total, so maybe 0.6. And if we opt in, the city has to match everything. If we opt out, every employee can still opt in, pay the 0.45. They would get no greater benefit if we opted in. So it sounds like your goal is to educate, to encourage people to opt in if they so desire.
One other
Correct.
point, the city can always choose to opt in at a later date. It coincides with the budget year. So whatever the annual cycle for when council adopts the budget, that would be the time that you could opt in. Yeah, and you have to stay in the program for 3 years, I believe.
Yeah.
Once you opt in.
So a couple points. One, we're muddying the waters whenever we bring up disability and talking in this. Two totally different things. Disability, if I fall down and break a hip and can't go to work, short-term disability pays my wages until I can go back to work. If I can never go back to work, long-term disability insurance pays that. This program is designed, if your wife falls down and breaks a hip and she can't go to work and you need to stay home and take care of her, you still get paid to stay home and take care of her until she no longer has that need. So two totally separate programs from short-term and long-term disability. This is family member leave. We have FMLA. FMLA is not a paid leave. That is a program that you're basically given a leave of absence, which is what the LA leave of absence stands for. And you're allowed to go off and you're allowed to take care of that family member, but you don't get paid whenever you do it. So I don't want the water to get muddied here whenever we're talking about different programs that are available and whether or not we should opt in or should opt out. My question that I have, I know we haven't talked to the employees, but we have two different union presidents. Have either of them been addressed on this to determine what their position would be?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
We have two different union employees representing the employees of the city. Have either of those union presidents, two different unions representing the employees of the city, have either of those presidents been addressed to determine what their position would be on
They
whether?
have not. Your Honor.
Okay. So I think before I could ever make a decision, I would like to hear from representation on either of those bodies on what they feel on whether or not they would want to see us opt in or opt out. I am also would like to see verification that the benefit would remain the same regardless of whether the city opts in or opts out. It doesn't seem to me that somebody thought it through to allow just individuals to pay in and not get the full benefit whenever their employer is not paying in at the same time. As we all know, with Social Security taxes, you pay half, your employer pays half. You don't have the option of your employer saying, we're not going to do it at all, and the person can sign in and you get the same benefit. So I would like to see verification of that before we have to make a decision on that going forward, as well as what is the opinion of the two unions representing our city employees. Councilmember Noble.
I just wanted to say those are very important points, Mayor Huseman. Thank you very much for bringing them up, and I totally concur. As well as with Councilmember Douglas on the matrix.
So as far as direction, if you can come back to us with that information, preferably prior to the evening that we have to vote. I understand that, you know, the employees do have an opportunity to address the city council, but I think it would be better to have that information ahead of time before we have to make that decision.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, ma'am.
Quick note, the benefit rules are pending from the division. So we hope to get confirmation, but the division has yet to 100% confirm in their rules. So hopefully they come out soon.
Great. So that does create concern, because if they do change the rules and we've opted out, then have we affected the ability of employees to get the full benefit because the rules change? So did you have something to add, Administrator? No? Okay.
Thank you. We'll get some more information, put some on the calendar.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate your presentation this evening and for bringing this up to us. Mr. Rogers, are we doing Volunteers of America?
So at this time, Mayor and Council, presentation is not necessary, but we do have their leadership contingent here to be able to thank Council for their support. Just in general, they have been working with our staff on a sales and use tax rebate agreement for their corporation moving to Commerce City. Volunteers of America has a number of different noteworthy programs in our community that will help to improve our community's quality of life. And they are looking at relocating from the city and county of Denver to Commerce City with their headquarters. Once again, with a number of different programs that will support seniors, entrepreneurial businesses, and other leadership opportunities. So they are here for any questions, but also wanted to take a moment just to thank Council for their support and welcoming them to Commerce City.
Okay, and to clarify, their purpose for being here this evening was to request City Council approve that sales and use tax be rebated to them on the construction project for tenant improvements for their new facility within Commerce City. However, because Resolution 2019-60 was passed 3 years ago, the city manager has the ability to rebate that sales and use tax without council having to take action.
Yes, sir.
And as city manager, is that your intention to do so?
Yes, sir.
And does anybody on council have an objection to that we need to discuss the matter any further? Great. To the people of Volunteers America, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for considering Commerce City for moving your headquarters to for your Colorado operations. Look forward to you being part of our community. Does anybody on council have any questions for Volunteers of America or wish to hear from them directly, or would you like to move on in our program? All right. Thank you again for coming.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right. Last up for the study session is going to be our meeting structure change discussion. We'll invite Mr. Tinklenberg, City Manager, to lead the discussion.
As was reported in the council communication, we've had a substantial number of special meetings. There was also a request to have notes taken at study sessions. However, that's problematic in the sense that study sessions are not regular meetings and you don't take minutes at study sessions. So just given the number of special meetings, it appears to be better to just simply convert those study sessions to regular meetings and still have presentations that you then can mull over the information and take action at a later meeting. But meanwhile, if there are items where you're ready to make a decision and vote on something, you could do it that night. But also, we would have more meetings to take care of business because a number of these land use cases have simply chewed up entire meetings and you don't have time to get to other business. So we're thinking that it would be much better for council and also for staff to convert those study sessions into regular meetings. Our preliminary thought is to reserve the first and third Monday for land use cases, other business as well, but focus those two meetings on land use cases, and that would allow the second and fourth meetings then to take care of other business other than land use cases. In speaking with the interim city attorney, he has indicated that it would only take an amendment to the municipal code. So tonight, we're just looking for general direction, and if that's the agreed upon direction, then the city attorney can proceed with drafting up an ordinance.
Thank you. I am totally opposed to this recommendation. I feel like we need to take deeper dives into our decision-making. And that requires information, that requires time to study and reflect, and to know that the decisions that we make are timely and that they have repercussions. And sometimes I feel like things are just being pushed through, and you really don't have time to scratch beneath the surface. And I think that we need to take that time, and we need to take that time as a body and not feel like we are being pushed to make decisions that we don't have enough information on. That is my feeling on it.
Yeah, I think study sessions are really useful, and you know, we've kind of gotten away from, you know, the spirit of the study session, which is to have those conversations and really to learn from each other before we go and have to make a decision on it. That way, you know, we can help kind of craft some of these, some of the things that staff are working on before it gets to the meeting, so it's more in line with what we're expecting. And, you know, I think the meetings have just gotten too long. You know, the presentations are twice as many slides as they were. The debate is 3 times as long as it was, and I think we just need to go back to that decorum where we have limits on our discussion and follow those, right? It's council policy that we don't abide by, and, you know, maybe move the presentations from the meetings to study sessions. I think we have a lot of presentations during meetings that we're not making decisions on, so I think if we're not making a decision, it should be in a study session. And maybe, you know, try cutting things out that way, but I think we gotta work on being more efficient and effective in just our communications and running our meetings, because, you know, it's definitely changed over the years that, you know, the same topics take, you know, 3 times as long, so.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I oppose going to just city council meetings as well. And I think the study sessions are important along those same lines. I feel if we don't finish an agenda for a council meeting, why can't we finish at the beginning of our study session as a special meeting, similar to, you know, like what we've been doing? But I do feel the study sessions are important. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
While I would not be nearly as eloquent as Oscar was, I am in agreement with all 3 of them in needing to have that separation, if you will.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I think I'm a bit torn, because I do feel that we're getting behind on our work, like, you know, being able to have things heard in a reasonable amount of time. And really that I feel like some of the changes that have been made to study sessions have made it not necessarily a study session anymore. And so there's a kind of a blurred line there in my mind. I don't want to be completely dreadful, but it's almost almost to the point where we need a second night in the week.
Councilmember Noble?
I agree. I think the study sessions are very important. And Councilmember Madera made a really interesting point, because I was looking ahead in the city manager's work schedule for us. And last week, we had voted to move boards and commission term limits to a vote. And instead, it is showing up on a following agenda as a presentation. And that wasn't what we asked for. We asked for it to be a vote. So we don't want things that we want to vote on to wind up as presentations either. So some of it is management of the agenda, as was pointed out. And I concur otherwise with my colleagues.
Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, Oscar said it really well. I'm in 100% agreement. And I'd like to see us, if I can add anything, I'd like to see us get back to the original spirit of a study session where we really have the opportunity to engage each other as council members and discuss our positions on a topic before we come to the dais for a vote. I think some of that would require us kind of bringing them to a less formal state. They've really become kind of a mini council meeting, if you will.
All right, we have direction.
All right, we will move on to reports. Mr. Tinklenberg.
Sorry about that. Just wanted to give you a general heads up. We're exploring a potential partnership with Denver regarding disposing of large vehicles and trailers. That's been an ongoing headache, and want to see if this may be a way of taking care of that headache. So very preliminary, no promises yet. We have to have discussions with them. This goes back several weeks, but wasn't able to give a report for several weeks. But if you haven't read the CML, Colorado Municipalities magazine, pick up the latest version. It has a report, an article that was written by Jason Rogers and our URA attorney, and it's regarding the Mile Greyhound Park. So nice coverage there. Wanted to also let you know that Kathy and I met with FOP leadership, and there will be more meetings coming up with them. Also, we're doing a contract amendment with management partners, and that's to assist with the mid-year performance evaluation for me. And then I'll be taking my grandkids to a resort June 2 through 9, so early part of June, and Mr. Rogers will be acting city manager at that point. Community development remains very active with 175 land use entitlement applications. 468 residential permits have been issued year to date this year, and that has involved 14,900 building inspections, and you will see in the later meeting that we're requesting additional building inspectors. Community Relations has started an official Instagram account, and that's for the city to expand our social media coverage and presence. The account handle is @Commerce City, Colorado. So all mashed together, but capitalize each word, Commerce City, Colorado. Court reports that Judge Bowen is settling in and things are going well for him. He will be making decisions about who he would like to select as relief judges and submitting those names to you all for approval. And then Under economic development, Rocky Mountain Powertrain is expanding their operation here in Commerce City. So that's a welcome addition to the job providing market. And then 15 new businesses were licensed by the city clerk's office in April. Public Works received a $1.42 million grant for multimodal safety improvements along 68th Avenue, and that's between Colorado Boulevard and Brighton Road. And those improvements will include widening sidewalks, new crosswalks, curb extensions, rectangular rapid flashing beacons, lane restriping, all of that type of thing, as well as street lighting. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tinkelberg. Does anybody on council have any questions regarding the city manager's report? Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, do you have an update on the park maintenance and just, turf in general? I mean, looking outside of the building, it's starting to look a little rough.
They've been out working. I've noticed, employees out working here. They're doing, spring cleanup type of activities. Do you have anything to add to that, Mr. Rogers?
Great question. Public Works had intended to have some information for us tonight. They've been working through, I'll call it some operational challenges with respect to turf and maintenance. As soon as I have that, I will push it out to the full council so that you kind of know where they're at and what they plan on doing to address it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Also, Mr. Tinkelberg, is there any updates, like as regarding the cameras in the parking areas and the other cameras we talked about it throughout the city?
I gave them authorization to move the money for it. Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Roger. Another great question, ma'am. Yes, the security cameras for the parking lot around the Civic Center have been ordered. However, obviously, to supply chain issues, we're not anticipating delivery of those until Q4 of this year based on who we are contracted with.
So what month is Q4? When is that?
So Q4 would be the time frame of October, November, December. We will continue to strive to see if we can get that accelerated, but that is what the vendor has shared with us at this time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
I wanted to follow up on the environmental planning and oil and gas update. We didn't have the report at all during the month of May. And considering that Suncor had both a fire and we didn't have any emissions, there's no emission report in the city manager update either. I just wanted to make certain that we have a report the first Monday of June and that it isn't sidelined to July.
Yes, it's on the schedule for June 6th. We're back on the regular schedule then.
Okay, we'll be back on the regular schedule and not have omissions because it was on the regular schedule and got omitted.
Yeah, the May report was middle of May, as I recall. And so anything to add to that?
No, sir. Like I said, Roger noted that it will be back on June, and it will cover the items that were requested from the last environmental policy update, and we'll cover additional information with respect to Suncor.
Okay, and I do want to note that the memo does not include the emissions report, the monthly emissions report on Suncor. And if that is going to change, it's up to the city council to make the decision that they're going to change whether that's included. And to have it be omitted by others is actually not what the city council did in December of 2019. So we have had it for many, many months in a row, and it's important for us to be able to keep track of this. There was also a report from Earth Justice about water issues. So I think it's just important that we make certain that we have this report on a monthly basis. We have a lot of residents who are interested in this topic. And secondly, there are questions about the oil and gas sites and what the status is of those as well. which isn't absolutely clear in the memo. Thank you.
If I may, ma'am, are you, just for clarification purposes, are you speaking about the emissions report that is provided by Suncor or the one that is pulled by?
It's the emission report that we have gotten every month for many months in a row. I have brought, this is the third time I've raised this, that it has changed. So this isn't what we had received previously, and I would like to go back to what we had been receiving, and these are exceedances, the report of the exceedances, Mr. Rogers.
So very much appreciate that, ma'am. If we're speaking with respect to the Suncor report that is provided by Suncor as it relates to exceedances, just plain spoken, we cannot compel them to provide that report if they choose not to. Now, we can engage with them, ma'am, about that, but if there is a report that we're generating from CDPHE based on our review from access to that information, if it's been omitted, we'll make sure to get that back. But if it's a source of material that is not incumbent upon ourselves to deliver, but is coming from that body, we cannot force them to provide that to us.
Mr. Rogers, with all due respect, you made this argument in July of 2020, and I was very clear at that point that someone needs to do it on staff if there is an unwillingness on the part of someone else. That remains to be the case. These are exceedances that are reported by Suncor, self-reported to the CDPHE. We obtain them from the CDPHE and place them in the report. That has not changed, Mr. Rogers. What has changed is that we are no longer receiving those exceedance reports. That is what has changed. That is not an option unless the city council votes to do so, and they may well do so. But until that happens, we have not voted to change the report. So please provide that information. It is available with the CDPHE. It is part of the report. If Suncor says they've had no exceedances for the month, then say that. You can put that in the report. Suncor says no exceedances on their emissions, okay? Thank you.
Councilmember Grimes.
Since we're on Suncor, I actually have been thinking it would be a good idea to re-engage Suncor in those updates. We need them to be a partner to the city, and I think keeping them at an arm's length really does a disservice to us more than a benefit, and I'd like to see them brought back into the meetings to give those updates and be available for questions from the council.
What I can speak to that, ma'am, is that we have had some ongoing conversations with Suncor staff, as we should, because they are a corporate citizen within our municipal boundaries, and they have expressed a desire of wanting to get back in front of the council to engage on conversations and to develop how they can partner with the city on a number of different efforts. As you all may be aware, they came before you in 2020. Similarly, talking about how they could partner with the city and with the community, and they would like to pick that conversation back up. So we will, in addition to the report, and once again, we'll take a deeper dive on that to see with respect to what can be provided, ma'am. And then we will also look at how we can engage Suncor on a much broader level for a continuing discussion with council.
Councilmember Ford.
I think it would be important to do that. I support Councilman Grimes in that effort.
Councilmember Noble.
Mr. Hayter, do we not have a RCRA that we sent to Suncor? Isn't that why they stopped attending meetings, is because of the RCRA?
If you're referring to our notice of intent to sue, that was sent to Suncor, I think there's probably a reasonable inference that might be why they don't want to have further meetings, but I cannot. It would just be speculation on my point. I mean, I haven't asked them.
Thank you very much. And a RCRA is an environmental notification. It's federal. Thank you.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I think there was also a request, and I can't give you a date and year, but there was a request for Suncor to no longer be allowed to have a platform in front of council to give those updates. And so I believe that's when they disengaged with the city in addition to the RCRA notice. So I would ask that we re-engage them.
Are there any other questions for the city manager? Seeing none, Mr. Hayter, would you like to give a report?
Just briefly, it was brought to my attention last week that I've not been able to get back to you with the urban camping ban that you had sought to bring before council. So that's something I'm still researching and trying to figure out how if we can do something that would fit, given the challenges to the laws that were passed in Denver and Aurora and how those played out. So I am still working on that and hope to have something to you as soon as possible. That's all I really have to report at this time.
Does anybody on council have any questions for the interim city attorney? Any council members wish to make a report? Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you again, Mayor. Just wanted to mention that I had the distinct pleasure and honor of attending the CCPD badge and honor ceremony last week. What a really neat experience to hear in more detail about what our officers are doing day in and day out and some of the extraordinary events that they have had that they've had to serve our city in protecting us, and just what a great presentation to see. And I just want to extend thanks to our police officers and the whole department for what they do for us every day.
Councilmember Davis.
I will add to that. I attended that same event. Folks, most of us don't have a clue what they do on a daily basis. So my hat's off to them, and I think it was a tremendous event. I'm glad Councilwoman Douglas came as well. And there were so I'm stealing your thunder there, Christy. But it was a very good event. I think all of us got an awful lot out of it, and I would strongly urge next year that you try to attend.
Any other council members wishing to make a report? Councilmember Douglas.
And Councilman Davis, you can steal my thunder anytime. I'm not really a spotlight person, so that's A-okay. And I will start out with the fact that I attended that event. It was remarkable. And what was most remarkable about it was how appreciative the department was to have council people there. I just couldn't believe how many individuals came up to me and practically with tears in their eyes to say how appreciative they were that we were there to support them. And it was really touching. And yeah, so next year everybody's got to be there. It was great. So that was the event I attended Wednesday night, but Wednesday noon, I attended the Adams County State of the Region Luncheon, and that was very well attended. It gave me a glimpse of what's happening in other cities. North Glen hosted, and what they've done with the renovation of a hotel that was once a hotel that didn't have a really good reputation, and what they've done in the surrounding area with bringing in fast casual that I would like to see here in Commerce City as well, and just in the area with their senior center, and they have a theater there. It's just remarkable, and so I think I used that word before, but yeah, I would like to see the same thing happen here in Commerce City, and if North Glen can do it, we can do it too. Tuesday night, I sat in on the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee meeting, and that was great. I went to that meeting because I wanted to start meeting as many citizens as possible, residents who live here, residents who are contributing to the future of our city. And I was most impressed with one of the members because he grew up here. He came back to work here and live here, and he is on that board and contributing. So that was great to sit in on. Then on Thursday, I attended the youth committee meeting, and then on Saturday night, I had the pleasure of joining Councilman Madera and his lovely girlfriend Ruby, and our daughters were there at the gala, Boys and Girls Club gala, and it was extra special that night because Angel, and I didn't get his last name because they didn't put it in the booklet, but he has gone to the Boys and Girls Club here in Commerce City since 8th grade, and he was awarded Youth of the Year award for the Denver metro area. And because he was one of my daughter's students, she was recognized in his speech as having a great impact on his life. And again, that meant so much to me. It was really incredible. But to have Commerce City recognized in that way was incredible. And so we got a lot of good coming out of this city, and I just want everybody to know that. That's my report. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Davis.
Stealing Councilwoman Douglas's thunder again. One thing she didn't mention about the parks thing, the Frisbee golf course will be completed this summer. So for those of you that enjoy that, you've got something to look forward to now. Those of you that have never done it, come out and give it a try.
Councilmember Noble.
I'm sorry I was unable to make the police officers event this week. I was at the Dr. Cog meeting in downtown. Adams County did not receive any of the first tranche of money on federal dollars that are coming for transportation, but I hope that Commerce City has an interest in the next 2 tiers that are coming ahead. I also attended the Senior Resource Fair Planning Committee meeting. That Senior Resource Fair is on June 4th at Adams City High School. I hope everyone can make it. I also attended the Sand Creek Greenway Foundation meeting. I was at the AC Rep Luncheon that Councilmember Douglas referred to, along with other of my colleagues. And I also attended a meeting with the director and lawyer for South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, Abel Moreno, and Jim Mook.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, Tuesday I went to the Denver International Air Cargo Stakeholder Workshop and did their assessment survey. Also attended the Parks Rec and Golf advisory meeting. Wednesday, I also went to the AC Rep State of the Region luncheon, and Councilwoman Noble covered for me at Dr. Cog because my daughter was in a talent show at Reunion Elementary that night, which was the same night as the badge ceremony. And then Friday, I heard a presentation from Continental Properties about a potential development that they want to do in our city. And I think that's it. That is it. Thank you.
Any other council members wish to make a report? Seeing none, I was on vacation last week, so I didn't attend anything. We'll now adjourn to the city council meeting. If everybody can join me on the dais, we'll get started at 7:05. All right, it is 7:05. Call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman. Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Davis.
Present.
Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst.
Present.
Councilmember Grimes.
Present.
Councilmember Ford.
Present.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, sir, and we are all present. Before we move into the public hearing, does anybody on council have a motion to make?
Yes, I do. I'd like to make a motion regarding the agenda. I move to lay over to the next city council meeting, ordinance 2397, ordinance 2401, and ordinance 2398.
I have a motion to lay over until the next city council meeting, ordinances 2397, 2401, and 2398. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to lay those over. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I would like to say that all of the other items have been on our agenda previously for this special meeting, including Resolution 2022-52, which was on the May 2nd agenda. And then under Administrative Council Business, 22-92 has a drop dead date of June 2nd. That's South Adams County Water and Sanitation District letter. So I am keeping that as well. But the three that I'm laying over to the next council meeting, we have not heard before.
Councilmember Hurst?
Roger, any impact on the project timeline if we delay a week?
The problem is that the June 6th agenda is already currently scheduled to go to midnight. That's before we start pulling things off, so I would recommend not using that night as your designated layover date. Also, I would ask for consideration that the reappropriation ordinance proceed, again, because of timeline on those issues.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none. I think we're in a bad position here because June 6th goes till midnight. June 20th is supposed to go until at least 10 a.m., and that doesn't even include an executive session for Mr. Tinklenberg's semi-annual performance review that'll take it out to midnight. So we don't really have room to move these. We have the special meeting scheduled this evening. Let's try to get through as much work as we can this evening and take stock of where we are towards the end of the meeting and determine what needs to move and what doesn't. But so for right now, I will say that I won't support moving these over until we know where that we stand at towards the end of the meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
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 Motion is going to fail 7-2. Were you a yay? You were a yay, 6-3. Or excuse me, 3-6. All right. All right, we're going to move into the public hearing. We're going to start with Resolution 2022-31, Ordinance AN-260-22, Ordinance Z-971-21-22 for the Eberly Place annexation and zoning that was continued from the May 16th meeting. I'll remind council to use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members are not to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Rely only on facts developed in the hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria and the Land Development Code. Mr. Hayter, would you like to address the council?
Yes, I would. One moment, please. So, at this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? Will the record reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial in tonight's meeting? Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Eder. This time I will open the public hearing and invite Andrew Baker, City Planner, to make the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members and Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I'm here tonight to present the Eberly Place Annexation and Planned Unit Development application. This property is located at 10070 Potomac Street. We have the applicant, Mr. Daniel R. Sheldon of UDC Miller, formerly UDC Miller, now Miller United, here with his team. And this request is both for an annexation and for a rezone to the PUD zone district. Quick disclaimer, staff is entering into the public record the contents of the case file, these annexation zoning regulations, and the digital presentation. The Commerce City City Council does have jurisdiction to hear this case. In accordance with sections 21-3251 subsection 3 and section 21-3350 subsection 2 of the LDC, planning and development applications are reviewed by the Development Review Team and the Director of Community Development. Planning Commission then holds a public hearing and provides a recommendation to the City Council. City Council then holds a public hearing and makes a final decision to approve with conditions, or deny the application based on the approval criteria that I mentioned before. This application has been found to meet all of the criteria that are listed on these next two slides relating to the Annexation Act eligibility, meaning that this application does meet all portions of the Colorado revised statutes and the rest of the criteria that are contained within. This request for an annexation and zoning of an Adams County property, which is currently zoned A3 or Agricultural 3 to Commerce City PUD, includes a project that is a parcel, that is 33.5 acres. It is categorized in the future land use plan as residential medium density as being 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre. This property is to be re-subdivided into a 154 lot residential subdivision. That adds up to about 4.6 dwelling units per acre, meeting the comprehensive plan designation. There are two planning areas proposed within this PUD, one allowing duplexes and single family detached, the other only allowing single family detached. The applicant is also applying for Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District inclusion to be approved by council and the NIGID board at a later date. This is an aerial view of the property. It is located south of 104th Avenue between Potomac Street and Blackhawk Street. It is currently mostly vacant. There is a single family home and a few outbuildings on the property. Those will be demolished with the approval of this property. It is nestled between the Foxton Village, Reunion, and Reunion Ridge developments. Just to show you a quick map of the future land use plan, which I had described earlier, you can see the residential medium categorization, which is held by all of these surrounding properties as well. Final plat and PUD development permit applications are also currently under review by the city. Both of these are in the final few reviews that will, those approvals will be based on the outcome of these hearings. As I had mentioned, the NIGID application is also in review and will go before City Council, I believe, on June 6th. This is a quick look at the annexation map. You can see that there are a couple parcels that are carved out there, as well as some right-of-way on Potomac Street. But this property is bordered by the city on 3 sides. The proposed PUD has a fairly simple format. Pages 1 and 2, as we normally see, are a cover sheet and legal description. We also see a project summary and intent there. Page 3 goes further to provide community design elements, location of access points, pedestrian connections throughout the site, parks, the drainage area, and the location of the historic Cactus Ridge Schoolhouse. This is the graphic that goes along with that, so you can see the schoolhouse that I mentioned in the bottom left or southwest corner. Just north of that, the potential drainage area, though at this point we've moved far enough through the PUD development permit that that location has been finalized. You can see enhanced entryways, one along Potomac, which would be the main entrance to the site, as well as two on the eastern portion connecting to East 101st Avenue and East 100th Place of Foxton Village. The dashed lines that you see are sidewalks, those being detached sidewalks throughout the site, and as well as a few mid-block connections, both providing connectivity from Foxton Village to the internal portion of the site, as well as from a cul-de-sac on the northern portion down to the interior. The stars that you see depicted are the locations of the proposed private parks. Page 4 includes a PUD zoning land use chart and a PUD zoning map. As I had mentioned earlier, this planned unit development would split this parcel into two planning areas. These are very similar, one allowing single-family detached, as well as duplex, also known as single-family attached. Planning Area B would only allow the single-family detached. This is meant to act as a transition between the different densities and housing products that we've seen on both the east and west sides. This PUD does require that 3% of the site must be utilized for private parks, which mimics that's found in our own land development code. Here's a quick graphic showing you those two planning areas. I believe this would have been the most major change from the PUD that we all saw last week, just being that split, creating the two planning areas and having the slightly different single-family residential uses that are located within that. This does show the future park or the private park of being 1 acre, meeting that 3% minimum, though the applicant has proposed a few other pocket parks which do increase from that minimum 3% land area. Just to reiterate, in both planning areas A and B, we have a permitted gross density of 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre, which mimics that's found in the comprehensive plan. Single-family uses in both, only duplexes allowed in planning area A, being located on the western portion of the side, closer to the higher density Reunion Ridge development. Page 6 contains bulk standards, which discuss minimums, maximums, lot sizes, lot widths, and setbacks for both planning areas A and B. You can see that the different uses that are allowed, single-family detached with a front-load garage, single-family detached with rear loads, and duplexes being allowed here in planning area A, and then only those single-family detached uses being allowed here in planning area B. Page 7 discusses lot typicals, showing how these different home products may fit on the different lot sizes that are proposed within the planning areas. This can help get a judge on what the general urban design will look like and make sure that all of our utilities can be placed properly within those lots. This is an illustration of the proposed development plan showing the 154 units that I had discussed earlier. You can see the approximately 1 acre park located in the center of that development, as well as a few pocket parks located on the east side. Those are connecting from the neighbors to Foxton Village, as well as creating greenways and pedestrian pathways through the development into the central park. And then again, you can see down on the southwest corner the location of the detention pond. Staff distributed this zone change and annexation application for review to all relevant referral agencies, including the utility companies, fire district, and internal city departments. The DRT has worked through all of their comments and currently does not have any concerns with the proposed zone change or annexation. The proposed PUD is appropriate for this site because the proposal is consistent with the Commerce City Comprehensive Plan designation for the property. Most of the discussion during DRT review took place around traffic flow and public improvements. We did end up shifting the alignment of a collector road of East 100th Avenue on the south-hand side, and ultimately came up with an alignment that worked a little bit better, that also works with the future expansion of this drainage pond, which right now is only being designed to handle and serve this site. But due to future plans for the city, will be eventually dedicated to the city and then expanded into a regional drainage pond, which would serve not only this and surrounding areas, but also help out with regional infrastructure needs. There are right-of-way dedications and improvements that will take place on Potomac Street and Blackhawk Street. We worked with Mile High Flood District as well as Public Works extensively to make sure that all of these improvements were coordinated, and we did that within an annexation agreement, which has been included in your packet, as well as a development agreement that we're currently working on with the final plat. So other than those needed public improvements to regional drainage, as well as necessary transportation improvements and right-of-way dedications, the approval of this zone change will also help implement the community vision for this area, which has been discussed by the comprehensive plan. As we saw, this is close to a county enclave, is a infill development, and will help continue to develop that corner of the city, which some of those other PUDs are developing around. We held a neighborhood meeting virtually on September 29th of 2021. Many of the issues that were raised were off-site traffic concerns. I think that left turns onto 104th Avenue are a big matter for most of the folks who live in the Foxton Village neighborhoods and those further on east. We did discuss project financing as well as construction impact mitigation, the home pricing and construction, as well as more general city transportation plans, school capacity, and infrastructure improvements, which we have discussed tonight. All required public notification did take place. City staff mailed notification postcards to all property owners within 500 feet, that being 130 folks. We also published notice in the Commerce City Sentinel local newspaper, and posted 3 signs on the property. As of May 2nd, 2022, 1 public comment letter had been received by staff and was also included in your packets. I know that you all have a lot of work to do tonight, so I will rush through these criteria. Please feel free to ask questions if you have any on these. What I will say is that through all of the criteria in sections 21-3340, as long as 21-3350, and then section 21-3251. So those being for annexations, zoning of newly annexed lands, and public zone documents, that staff has found this application to meet all the criteria that are listed within. Therefore, DRT recommends the City Council vote to approve this annexation request. The Planning Commission met via public hearing on May 3rd, 2022, and voted 4-1, recommending that the City Council vote for approval this annexation zoning request, that being the PUD zoning. Myself and the applicant are available to answer questions. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Appreciate the presentation, the information. Robert's Rules of Order allows for a 2/3 vote to limit debates. Does any council member wish to make a motion to limit debate? Councilmember Grimes?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to motion for council to be limited to no more than 5 minutes per member for debate.
I have a motion to limit the council member debate to 5 minutes. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to limit debate for each council member to 5 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion is going to pass 8-1. Debate will be limited to 5 minutes. Mr. Gibson, are you prepared to keep track of that? Thank you, sir. All right, at this time, does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Noble?
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Hayter. Mr. Hayter, I have questions about the school fees, et cetera, driveways. Is that under zoning or under annexation?
I'm sorry, you have questions about school fees and what?
Parking, driveways, et cetera, is that, and number of units, is that under annexation or under zoning?
I think the zoning does address density, but and then schools, I think, are addressed by one of the approval criteria also within zoning, if my recollection is correct. So that's all should be reflected in the approval criteria, yes.
So
Those are relevant issues.
So should I wait to ask these questions until after we vote on the annexation?
Because these hearings are being conducted concurrently, I don't think that's necessary. It'd be appropriate to go ahead with that now.
Okay, thank you. Then I will ask it now. There are 260 units estimated. Is that correct?
That is what is allowed by the PUD zone document, which we are hearing tonight. The final plat and the PUD development permit, which have been submitted and are getting reviewed by staff, only show the 154.
Show the 154 lots. How many paired homes?
0. The PUD development permit and final plat at this time are only contemplating single-family detached.
Okay, so that is why the school letter then doesn't match what we're hearing.
Correct. Upon the first submittal of the zoning application, Ms. Monty with the 27J district provided a letter that discussed the 260 total homes that could be there. Since we've gotten this far in the last year and a half and do have pretty close to an approved PUD development permit and final plat, we felt that it was better to show a more accurate depiction of what that would be. So Ms. Monty did revise that letter.
It's based on 154, though, not 260, because they do $865 per single-family unit.
Correct. And ultimately, that fee will be based on the number of homes that are pulled, and that's going to be entirely based on the final plat and PUD development permit that is submitted, which is what we're reviewing right now.
Okay, perfect. And then in terms of parking, when there are paired units, apparently our building code allows 3-foot driveways. And so that means that there isn't a place other than on the street or in parking for there to be guests. And I'm only talking about the paired homes. Is that correct?
I would have to take a quick, I could pull up the bulk standards really quickly here. I do believe that any duplexes would be rear loaded and are expected to be alley loaded. So there would be a garage coming off of an alley and then public parking on the public street in front of the home, if I'm understanding your question correctly.
Yes, that's correct. However, I've noticed in Ward 4 that there is inadequate parking where the paired homes are. So I'm expressing concern that there isn't enough parking for guests in the paired home area because there are so many more homes. A is quite a bit larger than B.
Understood. This PUD does refer to Commerce City's own standards as far as parking is. There's no reductions that this PUD is requesting as far as parking goes.
Is there any guest parking that is blocked off among the paired homes?
No, and again, the PUD permit that I'm looking at doesn't show any paired homes, so we're looking at a typical single-family residential neighborhood with public parking on street.
Okay, the conflict is concerning that we're being told one thing and yet it's another. So that's what concerns me, is that we don't have the actual PUD, but yet we're being asked to look at the PUD. So it's, I am just concerned about that part. Thank you.
Any other council members have any questions for staff? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So will there be duplexes or won't there be duplexes?
The approval of this zoning would allow for the development of duplexes. The applicant at this time is only proposing single-family detached. However, if they felt like they wanted to build that neighborhood, knock it down and build duplexes, they could.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Do we, in order for a developer to densify, do we ask for any thing in return from them? For example, more park space, more parking, et cetera. If you want to go up to the highest density possible, do we ask anything of the developer in return?
Absolutely, and obviously that works on a case-by-case basis. But the PUD that you have in front of you actually took that exact route, and so they're not maximizing the density by any means. I believe that the 154 homes they're proposing works out to about 4.6 dwelling units per acre, with the 260 that's totally allowed total. I believe that brings it up to just around 5. The residential medium land use category would allow up to 8. So this isn't a case where they're maximizing. However, with a PUD zone district, staff is looking for the development to go above and beyond what our LDC provides. The R2 zone district, which would allow duplexes and single family attached, as you would see here, does not have a minimum density requirement within that code section. So as staff reviewing this and trying to uphold the comprehensive plan, a PUD is a helpful tool to use because we can both require the minimum density to match that of the comprehensive plan and require more parks, more pedestrian connections. A lot of those mid-block connections that you saw in pocket parks do go above and beyond what would be required. And I think that the PUD development permit that we're looking at right now has almost 3 times as much park space. So the PUD and the LDC both would require 3%. That's taken care of in the one central park that they have. And I believe that with this latest submittal that we've gotten, we're up to almost 10% of private park space. That also includes those mid-block pedestrian connections that can be used if there is further development that takes place to the north, which we are expecting, which in another Adams County enclave, as well as connections to the schoolhouse that's on the south side, which isn't currently utilized as this, but is a historic building and could be seen as a future public amenity. And so we had done our best to not only with landscaping, enhanced landscaping features on those entry points, but also in the parks themselves to go far above and beyond what our own code would require.
And the 3 homes on Potomac will be raised?
No, so the home that's on this property is actually pushed further back. It's closer to Foxton Village.
Right.
Those 2 that are on Potomac are separate properties and are not included in this annexation or zoning.
And the one that's pushed back towards Foxton, is it going to be preserved?
No. So I believe we're talking about the same one, but the home that's addressed 10070 Potomac Street would be demolished for place of this development.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So earlier you said, referring to the duplexes, that if they wanted to come in later and knock something down and put in duplexes, that they could do that. But does that mean that they are intending to do only single-family homes at this time, but can they change their mind during the development?
Yes, absolutely. So the plat and the development permit have obviously not been approved and are still under review. This zoning would be it would set down the final allowed uses until the zoning changes. And so I simply meant to say that this property could be redeveloped for duplexes if this zoning were approved.
But it could also be developed as duplexes as well.
It could, absolutely.
Yes. Okay,
Only
I want to be clear on that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. And how does that affect what the findings of the school district are?
So the findings of the school district did send a letter upon the first submittal of this application that did consider the entire 260 total homes that could go here, and still with that finding did not have any concerns of this development. As we've moved through the process over the last year and a half, and have gotten things a little bit closer to what ultimately we're going to see this development take place as, 27J did update that, only furthering their non-objection.
And I see that there's very little entry and exit from this development. So you've got 2 coming in from Blackhawk and 1 Potomac, but no other. Were there any other designs that were considered?
Well, at this time, there's no other public right-of-way that accesses the site. East 100th Avenue was, which would be bordering the south end of this property, was intended by the master transportation plan to head directly west, which would basically be the southern border of this property and connect to Potomac Street. Those are both collector streets in our future land use plan. However, when it became apparent that the regional drainage concerns would require that pond to be expanded one day, Public Works, Mile High Flood District, the applicant, a large team of individuals decided that instead of extending 100th Avenue west through the bottom side of this property, that instead Blackhawk Street would take on that collector road section, would head south before then veering over to Potomac Street. So theoretically, there are 2 connections to that collector street on Potomac that would be accessed by this, and would create a greater connectivity for the Foxton Village folks who at this time don't have any connection to Potomac Street at all.
So those people would be going through this neighborhood on a daily basis? You're anticipating?
The traffic study, I'm sure, shows a few of those folks going through there. Again, the future plan for this would be having Potomac Street heading south and then connecting to Blackhawk Street extending south and then connecting to Potomac. The plan is that most of that traffic would be filtered through the collector streets.
So how would Blackhawk connect to Potomac? They're parallel.
Right, so the plan is that it would head south and then kind of curve around.
And who would be responsible for that, creating that road?
That will come along with the future development. I can't tell you exactly who would be responsible at that time. I know that is the Reunion folks that are developing to the south and to the west. That extension would come along with the future application and would again be a collaboration between the city and the applicant at that time.
Thank you.
This time, are there any other questions for the staff on this case? Seeing none, I'd like to invite the applicant to come forward and make a presentation. One second before you do that, let the record reflect that Mayor Pro Tem has left the meeting and the public hearing.
Just make sure I can work this. Okay, great. Good evening, City Council. My name is Daniel Jennings. I'm with Norris Design, and I'm part of the project team for you tonight. My address is 1101 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado. And I know that we were originally supposed to give this presentation last week, so thank you for rescheduling for tonight. I know your time is valuable, so we'll try and get through this pretty quickly. I think some of the questions that have already been raised we can speak to as we get through this presentation. So I'm here on behalf of our client, Miller United, and I'm pleased to present this application for annexation and zoning. I want to thank Andrew for his presentation and, of course, city staff for working with us over the past, I guess, year and a half, really, to get us to this point tonight. So before I get into this, I want to introduce our project team. We have Dan Sheldon with Miller United. They're the applicant. They're here. Jason Pock with Richmond American Homes. They're the home builder. They're here. Ben Satterwhite, Ben Leach, our civil and traffic engineer, respectively, are here. And Kristen Sullivan and Eric Carlson from David Foster's office are also joining us. So our entire team, after we get through the presentation, will be available to answer any questions you have. Right now, I'd like to introduce Craig Campbell. He's the representative of the property owner, and he is here with Ron Eberly, who is a member of the Eberly family. They own the property, and they wanted to say some words before we gave our presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, staff. Thank you for your time this evening. As representatives were stated, my name is Craig Campbell. My address is 23365 East Piccolo Drive, Aurora, Colorado. I'm here as a representative of the Eberly family, and with us tonight, sitting near the back there, are a number of family members here to just show their support of the project and appreciating the city's application and hearing this evening. I've worked closely with the applicant on this project that is in front of you this evening, and with that, as a representative of the family member, we do strongly ask for your support of the project as presented. I'm also here as a residential land developer. I develop residential master plan communities across the central western United States. And as I stated, having worked closely with the applicant through this process, I've been very impressed with how they've paid very detailed attention, as you've heard tonight, to your comprehensive plan and the desires of the city and requests of the staff to have this project really fit in very well with what the city would desire and request of this property. So there's no asks of this, other than what your comp plan is showing and what the PUD comes straight forward with. So I think I'd like to compliment Miller United on doing that with a great presentation, a great project. Again, not asking for any amendments to anything. Along with that, as you've seen tonight, this project really does help with some of the infrastructure that the city will need. There's dedication of land for Blackhawk Street, dedication of land for Potomac Avenue. Along with those dedications, this property will be improving those portions of those right-of-ways, helping traffic flow through this area of the city. The project is also doing a regional enhancement with the detention pond that has been addressed this evening already, and also some gray water piping that'll be put through the system and tying in some other properties as well. So a lot of advantages to the region with this project coming in. And again, I compliment the applicant for doing that. So again, as a representative of the family, strongly support the project and look for your support. And as a member of the development community, seek the same. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Craig, I think we go ahead and get into the presentation here. So just a quick overview of the site. As you can see, it's located between Potomac Street and Blackhawk Street, about a quarter of a mile south of 104th Avenue. Oh, it's just, Ron, did you want to say something? Oh, I didn't. Excuse me. Ron Eberly, one of the property owners, would like to say something. Ron, by all means.
Council members and staff, my name is Ron Eberly. I live at 11337 Columbine Street in Firestone, and I'm here as one of the 10 family members and owners of the property being discussed here tonight. Our family has lived on the property for over 70 years, and my siblings and I were raised on the farm, and to this day hold family gatherings on the land. Speaking on behalf of my family, and I am here to express our strong support of the Eberly Place application. The family feels the applicant, Miller United Properties, has done a very nice job of designing a community that fits in perfectly with the surrounding use, development, and the properties, and one in which the Eberly family is proud to have its name associated with. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Just to get back to where we were, let's see. Yes. Getting started, an overview of the site. We are about a quarter mile south of 104th between Potomac Street and Blackhawk Street. The size is 33.5 acres, and we're surrounded by Foxton Village to our east, Reunion Ridge to our west, and Reunion Village 9 to our south. The site is currently located in unincorporated Adams County, and it's zoned agricultural 3, and so our application before you tonight really involves annexing it into Commerce City and then zoning it to a PUD so that it may be developed as a residential neighborhood consistent with the surrounding uses and the comprehensive plan. So we kind of wanted to walk through the steps that we took that got us to the zoning that we're proposing. So first thing we did was we looked at the surrounding context, what's around our site, because we know that whatever we propose, it's got to have to be thoughtful to those existing uses. So this map on the screen in front of you right now is the official Commerce City zoning map, and you see all the orange. You can see that our site is surrounded by PUDs. There's some exceptions to the north, and then the southwest of our site, there's some small parcels that are in Adams County that are they're located in Adams County, but in terms of all of the uses adjacent to our site that are located in Commerce City, they're all PUDs. And the other thing they have in common is they all have an underlying residential zoning. They differ in terms of what is allowed, what residential homes are allowed to be built, but they're all residential. To our east is Foxton Village. That's a subdivision that was built in the early 2000s by Richmond American Homes. They're the same home builder that Miller United is under contract with to develop our site. And Foxton Village is a traditional single-family detached residential subdivision with lots roughly 5,000 square feet in size. To our west is Reunion Ridge Filing 1, which was recently platted, and it's currently under construction by Oakwood Homes, and it's going to feature a mix of single-family residential homes of much different lot sizes, ranging from 5,000 square feet to less than 3,000 square feet. And then to the south is an unplatted portion of Reunion Village 9. Nothing's built on the land yet, but the zoning per the Reunion PUD allows for single-family detached, cluster homes, and multifamily residential with a minimum lot size of 2,200 square feet. So the first thing that we learned about our site when we were preparing our zoning is really, what's around it. And there are these surrounding PUDs, each of which has an underlying residential use, but each of which is different in terms of what they allow, in terms of their standards and their character. So you can see with our site right in the middle, it's kind of this missing puzzle piece. And so we knew that whatever we proposed would need to fit in, be compatible, and complement the surrounding existing residential neighborhoods. So that was the first thing we learned, and then the next thing we did was we looked at the comprehensive plan. And Andrew touched upon this in his presentation. So there's the screenshot, and as he mentioned, the future land use map, the roadmap for development in Commerce City, it designates our site with a future land use of residential medium. So residential medium allows for a variety of residential land uses, primarily single-family residential homes and townhomes, and it designates a desired residential density of 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre. So we took these two things that we knew. We knew that first that the existing uses around our site were those PUDs with the underlying residential zoning that I spoke about on the previous slide, and then of course the residential medium directive of the comp plan. And in doing this due diligence, we narrowed in on single-family residential being the most appropriate use for the site. So this is a map of the land uses we're proposing with our PUD. As Andrew covered, there's two planning areas, planning area A on the western portion of our site and planning area B on the eastern portion of our site. As I mentioned on the previous slide, we honed in on single-family residential being the most appropriate use. But we do distinguish between what type of single-family residential is allowed between the two planning areas. And that, again, was driven by the surrounding context. We know that our site is that missing puzzle piece between these two different residential neighborhoods, Foxton Village to the east and Reunion Ridge Filing 1 to the west. So we intend our zoning plan to really work as a transition between those two neighborhoods, and that's what we kind of want to walk you through over the next couple of slides. So starting with our neighbors to the east, Foxton Village is a neighborhood of traditional single-family detached homes, as I mentioned. And then, of course, to the west is Reunion Ridge Filing 1, which is currently under construction, and it's going to include a variety of residential uses. You know, it's going to have some single-family detached lots, similar to Foxton Village, but it's also going to include cluster homes. Sometimes they're referred to as motor courts because it's multiple lots accessed off of a shared driveway. And those motor courts, those cluster homes, those are the homes that are being built directly adjacent to our site. You can kind of see on this map right here with the line work outlining the lots. The motor courts, the cluster homes of Reunion Ridge are about half the size of the lots of Foxton Village to our east. So I think this map really illustrates the challenge we had to come up with the zoning because we had to figure out how our zoning would work between these two neighborhoods with these differing residential characters, less dense Foxton Village and then more dense Reunion Ridge. And so the transition that we built into our planning areas is what we've proposed in the zoning before you tonight. So planning area B, starting there along our eastern half, we've zoned it to only allow single-family detached homes. That way it's similar in character to Foxton Village, its neighbor to the east. And then planning area A, because it's adjacent to the more dense product of Reunion Ridge, we knew that it would make sense to allow for more diverse residential options than just single-family detached. But at the same time, we also knew that planning area A and planning area B would have to complement each other. So to create the appropriate mix, planning area A will allow for single-family detached and single-family attached or duplexes. So while it doesn't allow the same dense product as the cluster homes of Reunion Ridge, it will allow for more dense uses than planning area B. So we're proposing to zone these two planning areas of our site in a way that's cohesive and complementary and really allows the entire neighborhood that we envision to function as one neighborhood once it's built out. But at the same time allowing a transition between our neighbors to the east and our neighbors to the west, and that's what we wanted to show you visually with this slide. You can see the transition of colors from moving right to left on the screen, from the lighter signifying a less dense residential than the darker being a more dense residential. So we feel as well that our plan will achieve the goals of the comp plan in terms of what's directed by that residential medium future land use designation and the density of 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre, which is what we've proposed in our PUD. So I've talked a lot about compatibility and really this transition and the thought process that went into creating our plan, but we really felt it was important to walk through just kind of how we arrived at the zoning that we're proposing for the site, because there was a bit of thought put into it given those surrounding uses and us being this missing puzzle piece. We added this slide because we understand that there was some brief discussion last Monday regarding the definition of single-family residential. And so just to clarify that as it relates to our application, we're only proposing single-family detached and single-family attached. And those are considered single-family residential uses per the Commerce City Land Development Code. Multifamily uses such as townhomes or apartments are not permitted with the zoning that we're proposing before you tonight. Here's a look at what the architecture could look like based on our proposed zoning. So on the west, you see a photo of those motor courts under construction in Reunion Ridge, and then of course a single-family detached home that's 2 stories in Foxton Village. And based on our zoning per the planning areas, single-family detached and single-family attached, such as in the images shown, would be allowed in planning area A and planning area B, but only allow single-family detached. And one additional thing I just wanted to point out is that we're proposing a maximum height of 35 feet, and that matches for both planning areas, and that matches the zoning height maximums of both Foxton Village and Reunion Ridge. So this is a look at the architecture and that the zoning would allow, but as has been discussed, I think already tonight, this is not the zoning that, this is not the, what we see the site developing as, because we're currently processing a final plat, which is this final plat. It's in your packet, and to build out the neighborhood as a community of single-family detached homes. This application is processing just behind our annexation and zoning application, so just kind of to reiterate, the zoning does allow for single-family attached on the western portion of our site, but we are pursuing an application for only a single-family detached neighborhood. And there was some confusion about maybe why the zoning allows one thing and why what we're pursuing is different. And really that's because when we began this process 18 months ago, we were fixated on the first half of this presentation that I gave you, which was how do we fit this missing piece of the puzzle? We've got these surrounding uses. How do we match that and still have one cohesive neighborhood? And at that point, when we were working on the zoning, the applicant, Miller United, they had not found an end user for the site. They were looking for buyers. And so as the application progressed and whatnot, they came under contract with Richmond American Homes, and then Richmond, through their due diligence, working through their buyer profiles, landed on a traditional single-family detached neighborhood as being the most appropriate use for the site. So that might kind of explain the difference between the zoning and where we are with the final plat. But the final plat has been submitted at least 3 times now, and this is the plan that we are pursuing right now for build-out of the site. Here's a look at the proposed architecture that Richmond American Homes is considering. Looking at the site plan, this is that 154 single-family detached community that we've proposed in the final plat. A thing to point out is that we'd be putting in a 12-foot multi-use path along the eastern portion of Potomac that comes in with our site, and we'd allow our residents to access a major trail that's in the Commerce City plans, and that will allow them to get to the arsenal to the south and really support those regional connections. We wanted to talk about parks a little bit. There's a close look at all the park spaces we've planned, parks, open space, and trails, I should say. So 3.59 acres dedicated to those uses. 10% of the site exceeds the park spaces that we have contemplated, or we are proposed in our zoning, and it's nearly 3 times the park requirements of the Land Development Code. And then here's a look at those connections, because we want our residents to be able to access the parks comfortably by foot. Here's a look at the Central Park that we've designed, and we're hopeful this will be a great amenity for residents of all ages and interests. We've got a large lawn area, basketball court, playground, benches, really just kind of creating this community focal point and gathering area so that if somebody wants to, engage in a recreational use, they want to play a pickup game of basketball, or if they just want to enjoy more passive use and get into reading a book or having a picnic and just enjoy being outside, they can do that as well. I'll breeze through these slides. These are just the infrastructure improvements that will come with our final plat, and these will be heard before you in a couple of weeks on June 6th. So this is the regional irrigation lines that will either be installed or upgraded. Here's a look kind of zoomed out, and it shows that we have a connection all the way to 104th to tie into a line there. These are the local irrigation lines that will directly serve the property. Here's the potable water lines that will also serve the development. Here are our sanitary sewer lines. And here's a look at the storm pipelines and detention basin in the southwest corner. Infrastructure improvements, also very important. We're going to be providing a street network for our neighborhood. The street sections will follow Commerce City's code of the local street section, which is in the lower right-hand corner of the slide, and with the detached sidewalks and the tree lawns. We'll also be widening Blackhawk Street and providing improvements to Potomac. Blackhawk Street, you can see here how we'd be widening it. Essentially, we're going to mirror the condition that was put in with Foxton Village when they were developed, and with the detached sidewalk and the tree lawns. So we'll have the same things on our side of the street. We also kind of wanted to talk about the transportation from a bigger picture, more regional view. So we zoomed out here. I think it's pretty important to note that you can see the dotted line that goes through our site that the internal street network that we're putting in is going to provide access for residents of Foxton Village to reach Potomac Street. This is something we heard about in our neighborhood meeting. Residents concerned that they can't make a left at the intersection of Sable and 104th. There's not a light there, and it's difficult and challenging. So they would be able to access Potomac Street through our property until the point that a future signal comes in at that intersection of Sable and 104th. They can get to Potomac Street and take a safe left-hand turn onto 104th by driving through the internal street network that we'd be building out. The other thing I want to mention here is that you can see the location of Stewart Middle and Secondary Creek Elementary School, and when Anderson Farms gets developed, our site is going to have a direct connection to access those schools. Speaking of school commitments, there was some discussion about this. As I think Andrew mentioned, this is the letter that is based off of our final plat because that is the plan that we are moving forward with for 154 single-family detached homes. This is the letter from Kerry Monty with 27J. The school district has told us that they do not envision a school on the site. They are looking for a mitigation fee. So that includes a cash in lieu land dedication, the amount of $242,519, and then a voluntary capital facility fee contribution of $133,210. And so those are commitments that we have agreed to with the school district that would come in with our final plat. And so that brings us to the conclusion of our presentation. Thanks for listening to us, and we ask for your vote of approval.
Thank you. Appreciate that presentation. At this time, does anybody on council have any questions for the applicant? Okay, I have a couple of questions for you. The improvements to Blackhawk, do they go all the way to 104th, or do they stop at the property boundary?
Thank you. That's a good question. I'll go to that slide. I think it's shown on here. That is the extent there. So the improvements to Blackhawk would just be along our street frontage.
Okay. For staff, is there any plan for a traffic light at Potomac and 96th?
I would defer to our Public Works Department. You said Potomac and 96th?
Yes.
I believe that Mr. Hodil has raised his hand and can answer that question.
The question was a light at 96th and Potomac.
Yes, sir.
Just give me a few seconds more.
While you look that up for the applicant, your level of service dictated in your traffic report says that that'll be at a level F in the coming years, which is not acceptable. Can you address that concern?
Absolutely. One second. Let me get our traffic engineer up here.
Mayor, to answer your question, yes, when warranted, that there will be a traffic signal at 96th and Potomac.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that answer.
Hi, I'm Ben Leach with HKS, address 3474 20th Place, Denver, Colorado. That is news to me that a signal would be going in at 96th and Potomac in the future. In the study at build out 2024, the 96th and Potomac intersection would be working acceptable. It wouldn't be till the long-term conditions where we'd be seeing potential unacceptable levels of service.
Okay, thank you. Why are you zoning this as a PUD? You don't intend on putting anything other than residential out there. We have residential zoning in our city. Why not just zone it R1 and be done with it?
It's our understanding that the single-family detached and attached product that we want to put in that would meet the comp plan designation could not be achievable by an existing traditional Commerce City zone district. And so that was the directive from staff when we filed our pre-app, started there.
And why would it not be, why would it not fit in the box that a traditional residential zoning district? What is the criteria that is not fitting?
Mr. Mayor, if I may. The minimum lot size in the R1 zone district is, I believe, 7,000 square foot lots. Essentially, if this neighborhood were to be developed as that, I don't think that that would meet the minimum 4 dwelling units per acre as required by the comprehensive plan.
Okay. It's my understanding that the community development director has the authorization to variance lot sizes, minimum lot sizes up to 20%. Does the lot sizes proposed in this still not count if that 20% is granted?
My understanding of zoning variance laws is that, well, that simply a variance can't be given on a zoning. That there are other developmental standards which can have a variance or a minor modification, but that zoning is not included within that, however I might be.
No, you are accurate. Once again, Deputy City Manager Jason Rogers. Mr. Baker, you are accurate that the question is with respect to minor modifications up to 20% for lot size and requirements, and whether or not, as I understand the mayor's question, by going with a base zoning and applying the minor modification, would we still be able to get to the achievable residential layout as proposed through this PUD?
Understood. And I have not personally gone through that exercise to make absolutely sure that that's the case. But as the applicant had mentioned at the beginning of this process a year and a half ago, the final product hadn't been decided on. And there was a desire from the applicant to have the flexibility of having different types of housing product. Because of that unsurety and because of the flexibility desired, as well as because of the different housing products and the different urban designs that we see in the PUD zone districts that are adjacent, we felt that a new PUD would most accurately serve as an appropriate transition between these existing PUDs.
Would the current plat application that is before city staff for review fit within one of the residential zoning per the Land Development Code?
No, it would not as it stands today. I can't tell you absolutely the equation that would, if you applied a minor modification to that, but I do not believe that it would.
Okay, so the only way that this project can move forward with the number of houses that they want to be built is to sidestep zoning regulations and create a PUD that allows them to shrink the lot sizes down and do so and seeking approval from the city council to approve the PUD instead of following the Land Development Code zoning regulations for residential. Is that an accurate assessment?
Shrinking the lot sizes in order to increase density as well as increase park space. Once again, I'd like to reiterate that with our traditional zoning standards, there is no minimum density. Therefore, there would be no requirement to meet the comprehensive plan land use category. They also would not be required to put any more than the 3% private park space than they have. So in this case, the city thought that a PUD development constituted enough of a benefit to the city so that we could both implement the comprehensive plan and the applicant could achieve the flexibility that they desired when we started the application process.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Hayter, as one of our roles in approving the zoning and approving the PUD, do we have the ability to adjust whatever requests or what is approved in the PUD, be it if the city council decided not to authorize single-family attached homes, we would have the ability to make that a requirement of the PUD that they cannot do that?
You certainly have the authority to condition zoning. In other words, to add or remove something from it as a condition of an approval. Does that answer your question, or are you looking for something more specific about what you were trying to accomplish?
No, I think that answers my question. Thank
Okay.
you for that. And just to reiterate, your improvements on Blackhawk are only going to go for the boundary of your property. I assume the improvements on Potomac are not part of your project. Can you point to me when it comes to a public improvement agreement, what exactly you're agreeing to do? And I noticed you flashed up there sanitary sewer lines and water lines. I mean, that's a requirement to put those houses up there, so that's not really public improvement. So can you specify exactly what is going to be public improvement that the city can benefit from your work here?
Sure, and Ben Satterwhite, our civil engineer, can help me address this. I will say that, as you can see on the screen there, that portion of Potomac Street is going to be improved with the final plat application. I think that was part of your first question. In terms of the public improvement agreements that will accompany the final plat,
Ben Satterwhite, Harris Coker Smith, 1120 Lincoln Street, Denver. To answer your question, as far as what the extents of the Potomac improvements, it's going to be the full, well, it's going to be our half of the section, the multimodal arterial. For our half, the western half is constructed by Union Ridge. What that is 20 foot of pavement, 13-foot lane, 7-foot bike lane. As Daniel mentioned, a 12-foot wide multi-use pedestrian bike path on the east side. And what we'll do is that'll be a full width when we're done through the extents of our property. And then what you see off the limits of the page there is the transition decel lanes, right turn lanes, and things like that that have to occur in order for us to construct that in front of our property.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I think where my concern on this, though, is you have a vehicle who travels eastbound on 104th, turns south on Blackhawk, and is going to travel for approximately 1/4 to half a mile on an unimproved road before it hits the boundary of your property, and then it's improved. And then if they pass your property, it's no longer improved. So where's the regional benefit to having this project being done if Blackhawk is not going to be taking care of it, a minimum?
So I guess the reason, it's typical that we would just develop it in front of our property. For one thing, there's 40 foot of right of way for Blackhawk Street dedicated, all the way to 104th. Miller United has the control over the property or the land adjacent to our property when we were able to dedicate that additional 26 feet to do that right of way. The future improvements, to connect from our site to 104th will happen with, future development north of our site.
If future development ever occurs. Thank you.
One other thing I'd like to add to that, because I think it speaks to the future development if it were to occur, and this is something that Council Member Douglas mentioned regarding access. I'd like to point out on this map, you can see, because I'm looking at it right now with my laser pointer here. So the way we design this with this road stub could potentially be a future road if these parcels to the north were annexed into Commerce City eventually. And then this cul-de-sac is designed in a way where the western edge is actually right-of-way, so that if this parcel right here were also to be annexed into Commerce City and developed, that the right-of-way could therefore be extended into that site.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you. So speaking of the possible future annexation of that piece, what is the probability, or why not just include that now?
Sorry, just to confirm, include the parcels to the north?
Yeah, and the one that you were just speaking of, by the cul-de-sac.
So that is the Eberly family's property. That's where they live. And, when we were looking at this site, or it's my understanding when Miller United was looking at this site, this was the only property that was for sale.
Okay. And then can you also clarify the reason for the smaller lots? I was a little bit confused on that, and I don't know if that would be a question that you would answer, or?
The reasoning for the smaller lots?
Yes. Please.
Why we are moving forward with smaller lots, is that the question?
Mm-hmm.
smaller lots.
From the city's staff's perspective, typically in PUDs, there's a bit of an ask and a give. And so in this case, smaller lots would allow the density that is contemplated in the comprehensive plan while allowing the additional park space and allowing the applicant to pursue their vision of the neighborhood.
So if you zoned it single family, then it would require larger lots, and then there would be loss of park space, is that correct?
One clarification, technically this PUD zone document only allows single family. There is single family attached and detached, but if you're referring to the R1 zone district, the R1 traditional zone district and the Commerce City LDC, then yes, the 7,000 square foot lots would not end up in a neighborhood like this, which meets our comprehensive plan or would allow for the additional park space.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. Dan Sheldon, Miller United, 6900 East Bellevue Avenue, Greenwood Village, 80111. I would like to point out your question about what regional improvements are being provided. I think I'm summarizing kind of what your question was. I think it's important to point out that our regional pond that we're putting in, do we have a pointer? Oh, shoot, sorry. This regional pond that we're putting in right here is part of a much bigger ragweed draw. I'm sorry, it's in the bottom left corner of the overall site. It's the detention for our site, but it also is part of a much bigger detention pond that will be constructed as part of Oakwood's development over Union Village 9. And we've worked closely with the Oakwood development team and with your staff in coming up with a contribution that we're making towards regional improvements associated with that pond and stormwater improvements. But at the full build out, do we have that slide? Wrong way, sorry. At the full build out, we put in one more slide. No, I want the backup slide.
yeah.
Hang on, I got it. These are some backup slides. This is, we were just preparing for what questions we might get. We prepared this slide here to show you that this is us here, this red site. Our pond is in that corner of our site, but this is all part of a big pond down here that is getting built called Ragweed Draw. And so our construction of the initial condition of that pond and eventual dedication of that land, our pond gets dedicated to this city when the rest of that pond gets built and gets kind of attached to our detention pond. It becomes a much bigger regional facility at that point. So I think that is a huge point that we need to make sure you all understand, that that is one of the regional improvements that we're building that we believe is a benefit to your community.
Thank you, appreciate that. Does anybody else on council have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll move on to individuals registered to speak on this matter virtually. Steve Douglas.
Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you, Council, Mayor, and City Council. You know, my question is, during the planning discussion, it showed A and B. It did not show this PUD as a full built out of detached homes. So the information isn't accurate. I mean, I think your presentation for planning should be the same as for council. And then for them to say that those duplexes are not even contemplated. I mean, going through the process when during planning hearing, it was stated that it was already part of the PUD. So I'm kind of confused on that. And then the detention pond, I know that as far as them building it and then the city managing that, I think there should be, if that's the case, there should be some sort of intergovernmental agreement that they continue to fund any improvements, any future improvements that are going to be done, so the city is not fully responsible for any changes to that drag weed area. So, and then as far as the PUD, there's 2 streets going in and 1 going out to the west. There was 2 other plans that were submitted, but this was the only one that was presented during planning. And wondering what the other 2 plans were there a better grid system where you have better access? Because if the folks that have always feel like they've been boxed in is boxed in Village, and they only have 2 outlets going into the neighborhood they want to contemplate or bring forward, and then 1 outlet, that's insufficient. So, and that's all I have. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to direct council's attention to the record in this case, which does contain the minutes from the Planning Commission hearing and what occurred at that time. And just briefly want to state that Mr. Douglas was not the chair, and Mr. Douglas was the individual who voted against this. It was a 4-to-1 vote. So it seemed as if he was representing himself as he was speaking on behalf of the Planning Commission, and I have some concerns with that. So I would encourage you to look at the record with regards to the Planning Commission's position on this matter. Thank you.
All right, does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Douglas? Seeing none, we'll move on to our in-person speakers. First is Craig Campbell. Thank you. Ron Eberly, already spoken. Thank you very much. Mr. Gibson, have any written comments been submitted on this matter?
Mayor Huseman, written comments were submitted by the deadline and incorporated into the updated agenda packet published earlier this afternoon.
Thank you, appreciate that. Would the applicant like to make any rebuttals?
Thank you, Dan Sheldon, Miller United. Just responding to Planning Commissioner Douglas's comments, our presentations, as far as I know, have been identical from what we presented to them on May 3rd to what you're seeing here tonight. Additionally, regarding a contribution for the detention pond, we are building the detention pond in its interim condition for our 154 homes. I believe that's our contribution towards that pond. And we will be maintaining that pond until such time as it meets city and Mile High Flood District's eligibility for regional maintenance, at which time it'll get turned over to that kind of facility with the city and Mile High Flood. Again, there were no other plans that our team is aware of that Planning Commissioner Douglas was representing. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that.
Just to clarify for the record too, I would just note that Planning Commission doesn't hear a annexation case, so they only hear the zoning. So there would have been a difference in the presentation in that regard for sure.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that clarification. This time I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm also going to make a motion to enter into a brief executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub parentheses B of the Open Meetings Law for the purpose of receiving legal advice. Councilmember Grimes?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to enter into executive session for the purpose stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We'll be in a brief executive session. Okay, City Council is back from executive session. Prior to going to executive session, we closed the public hearing. Mr. Baker, can you please bring up the slide that shows the Planning Commission findings and recommendations?
Yes, sir. I apologize.
Thank you. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-971-21-22. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-971-21-22. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we will do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Now we'll move on to Resolution 2022-31, determining the eligibility for annexation. Looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-31. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-31, determining eligibility for the annexation. Is there any discussion? Seeing Councilmember Noble.
If there were amendments, when would they come? Would they come on Resolution 2022-31 or AN 260-22?
It'll come on the ordinance,
Which is which?
which is AN-260-22,
Thank you.
correct?
Depending on what you want to amend. If you want to amend the zoning, then it would go on the zoning. If you want to amend the annexation ordinance, it would go there. But it would not go here on the eligibility determination.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2022-31, a resolution determining the eligibility for annexation of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, the property generally located at 10070 Potomac Street, in case AN 260-22, known as the Eberly Place annexation.
All right, have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-31, and the title has been read. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Now move on to the annexation approval. I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance AN-260-22. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
I have a motion to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance AN-260-22. Councilmember Ford. I'll second that. And I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance AN-260-22. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
I would really like to see, oh my gosh, I've suddenly spaced the street. It's the street on the east side, extended to 104th. Oy, can somebody help me out? What's this?
Would that be Blackhawk, ma'am?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes, Blackhawk. To see Blackhawk extended for the annexation to include an extension so that when the residents are coming out of this new development and they're meeting up with the residents from Foxton Village, that there is an improved road taking them out to 104th. So my motion would be to make a contribution to extending the road of $600,000.
So if I understand you right, you're making a motion to amend the motion to approve the annexation ordinance by requiring a contribution of $600,000 towards the build-out of Blackhawk Street?
Correct.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understood the motion to amend.
Thank you.
And to clarify, before I look for a second on that, that would be for the portion of Blackhawk that extends beyond the property boundary towards 104th Avenue?
Correct.
Thank you. I have a motion to amend the annexation agreement to require a contribution in the amount of $600,000 towards improvements for Blackhawk north of the property towards 104th Avenue. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that, please.
Have a motion and a second to amend the annexation agreement. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
Can we get clarification as to what the $600,000 goes for? We're saying it goes beyond the property boundary, but going towards 104th, there's other properties. Can we get the detail of what that would be used for and what that means and kind of why?
From me? So it would be finishing one half of the road going to the boundary of Eberly Place to 104th. There is a gas pipeline and electrical tower that will never have any sort of development on it. So this will actually finish out, help finish out the road so that it can handle the new traffic.
Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
All right, I think that we would have to talk that detail because I think what Councilwoman Noble is calling out is that to the north of the property, there is a energy easement that has both the power lines, power generation lines, and the gas lines. By my estimate, that easement's about 80 yards and will not be developed on. So we will have potentially, if nothing happens, 4-lane road coming off of 104th going south, back to a 2-lane road under the easement, and then expansion, as we saw in the presentation on Blackhawk, that will basically mirror what's on the on the east side. And so that hole will always be there because the easement will always be there. And so I think one of the concerns that Councilwoman Noble's bringing up is valid because there's really no way to make that connecting for that neighborhood to connect back to 104th in a fair way.
Okay, have a motion and a second to amend the annexation agreement to include a contribution in the amount of $600,000 to be put towards the improvement of Blackhawk in between 104th Avenue and the northern boundary of the subject property. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. And that motion is going to carry 8-1. All right, is there any other discussion? Excuse me, 7-1. Public math. Okay, I'd also like to make a motion concerning amending the annexation agreement to require contribution in the amount of 50% of the cost of a traffic light located at Potomac and 96th Avenue. Councilmember Grimes?
I'll second your motion.
I have a motion and a second amending the annexation agreement that would require a contribution in the amount of 50% of the cost of a traffic light at the intersection of 96th Avenue and Potomac. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I supported the 600,000 for the extension.
Can you turn your microphone on, please?
Oh, sorry. There, is that better? I supported the $600,000 to extend Blackhawk to 104th, and I'm going to not support this because I think that's a fair assessment.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other requests for discussion, I have a motion and a second to amend the annexation agreement to require a 50% contribution towards the cost of a traffic light at the intersection of 96th and Potomac. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And that motion is also going to carry 7-1. Okay, once again, have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance Z-971-21-22. Do I need to get a new motion and second since it's been amended?
I just want to make sure that for clarity, that this is a motion to approve the annexation agreement conditioned on the
Two amendments.
the amendments to the annexation agreement to add those things, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So do I need a new motion since we've changed it?
No, it's been amended and the amendments have been approved. So you have a motion and a second as amended.
Very good. Seeing no other requests for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance AN 260-22, an ordinance annexing the property generally located at 10070 Potomac Street, Adams County, Colorado, to the City of Commerce City, Colorado, in case AN 26022, known as the Eberly Place annexation. Your vote is open. Councilmember Davis.
All right, motion carries unanimously 8-0 with one excused absence. We're now going to move on to zoning approval. Looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance Z-971-21-22. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance Z-971-21-22. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, I would like to make a motion that we amend ordinance Z-971-21-22 to remove a permitted use within the PUD zoning document of single-family attached homes. Councilmember Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to amend ordinance Z-971-21-22 to remove from the PUD zoning document the permissible use of single-family attached homes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion is going to pass 7-1. And now, once again, I got to ask, do we need to redo the motion on the ordinance since we've changed that?
Nope, we already have a motion and an approved second that's been, the amendment's been approved to the motion, so you're good.
Thank you, appreciate that clarification. Have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance Z-971-21-22, which has been amended. Seeing no other requests for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z-971-21-22, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by zoning the property annexed as the Eberly Place annexation from Adams County A3 to Commerce City PUD and approving its own document. Your vote is open. Councilmember Davis, were you a yes on that? Yes. Okay, thank you.
All right, for the record, the motion carries unanimously 8-0 with one excused absence. That concludes our public hearing on that matter. Now looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses E, for the purpose of determining positions relative to the 120th Avenue project and existing financial and construction obligations of the Buffalo Ridge Metropolitan District related to 112th and 118th Avenue that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to enter into executive session for the stated purpose. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. City Council will be in executive session for, what are we thinking, 10, 15 minutes? Yeah. 10 or 15 minutes. 2 hours till we have to end, so let's go ahead and get started. Ordinances on first reading, ordinance 2360, approving an intergovernment agreement with the Buffalo Ridge Metropolitan District for the 120th Avenue project. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, Mr. Gibson, would you please recognize the individual who is registered to speak virtually on this matter, Mr. Douglas?
Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I just want to say something about on this matter here, because I thought back in 2017, let's see, Buffalo Ridge Metropolitan District took funds out to improve the intersection at 120th and Buckley, knowing the future growth in that area. And then it was just been time since then, just been waiting to figure out how the striping is going to occur in 120th to make it to 2 lanes on both sides by striping it a certain way. And then this comes up where they want additional funds. And then the improvement on 120th and Chambers, I know, 3 years ago, there was discussion with Brighton for the city, Commerce City, to purchase that land on the northwest side of 120th and Chambers to make that a full intersection and later on improvement by the city. So I'm hoping that's what this is. But that's a lot, $8 million and $4 million on the city's part. So just need a little clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you for your time again this evening. Mr. Gibson, did anybody submit written comments?
Mayor Huseman, no written comments were submitted on this matter.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2360. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2360. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, Mr. Gibson, would you please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2360, an ordinance approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Commerce City and Buffalo Ridge Metropolitan District for the 120th Avenue Road Improvement Project and authorization of the expenditures thereof. Your vote is open. Councilmember Douglas? Councilmember Noble?
All right, ordinance passes unanimously 8-0 with 1 excused absence. We're going to move on to ordinance 2379, enacting Chapter 13 Metropolitan Districts. We'll invite Trenton Robinson, Management Analyst, to introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. We do not have a presentation for you today. We presented our information that we had at our last meeting before this item was continued. I do want to call out that in your packet was included the updated versions of these items with the amendments that passed from our last discussion. There's also an item in your packet outlining the previous amendments that were proposed, whether they passed or failed. Dalton Kelly of Butler Snow, our outside counsel, is also available here for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none,
Mr.
we'll go into
Robinson?
public. What's
I'm
that?
sorry, is Kim Crawford on the line too? Is that right or no?
I do not believe Kim is on the line.
Yeah, Kim is in the Zoom
Oh,
meeting.
okay, perfect.
All right,
Yeah, Kim Crawford of Butler Snow is also joining as well.
Thank you. I'm sorry to
No,
interrupt.
thank you for that, Matt.
All right, we're going to move on to public comment. Mr. Gibson, we'll start with those registered to speak virtually. First up is Rana Sanchez.
Rana, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. I'd like to address the Metro District Revised Municipal Code. It's my understanding that the council was doing this work to help protect the residents of Commerce City who continually get screwed by the developers. However, I think you need to take it a few steps further. For example, I see no mention of eliminating The illegal relationship that Mayor Huseman refers to as parent-child, where all the subsidiary metro districts have to pay to the main metro district all the money that have and conveniently that is comprised solely of developers. This is taxation without representation, and it is horrifying that this even exists, but even more so that you allow it. Why won't you include that in your new rules? Once you said at a previous meeting that it only affects reunion and would likely never happen again. Well, I bet you never thought it would happen in the first place, and it is unconscionable that you would pass a new code without this important addition. I beg you to include that. Second, there needs to be a mill levy maximum without any exceptions. Currently, my mill levy is over 88, which is absolutely ridiculous. It was my understanding that there already was a cap in place, but apparently that is either incorrect or the Metro District is just ignoring the law. Regardless, there needs to be a cap in place without exceptions. It is funny to me that you even mention refunds in this code when you know that those of us who live in Reunion will never get a refund because of the abusive way the subsidiary Metro Districts have to pay the main Oakwood Metro District. The code states that the city can review the Metro District's annual reports, but doing so does not constitute city approval or compliance. What then is the purpose of the review? Lastly, you list the powers of the Metro Districts and what they are allowed to do. You left off screw the residents who live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you for your time this evening. Next up will be Steve Douglas.
Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm in support of change, but I know this won't do anything for the subdivision that I currently serve in. And hopefully if there is any amendments to service plans that this will be retroactive or are included, which I see that it is, if there's any changes in the future of any metro district. So I'm in support. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we'll move on to Jennifer Tanaka.
Jennifer, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Wonderful. My name is Jennifer Tanaka, and I am a special district attorney and the vice chair of the Metro District Education Coalition. I'm urging a no vote on ordinance 2379. While I have several significant concerns with the model service plan, there are 3 areas that will have the greatest detrimental impact on districts and development as a whole. The first is a prohibition on mill levy adjustments. If assessment ratios are reduced in the future, as they have been the past 2 legislative sessions, revenue to pay for infrastructure and to repay debt drops. The uncertainty of the future property tax revenue stream makes it nearly impossible to sell district debt. Ultimately, mill levy adjustment allows for a district to adjust the mill levy so that the change in the assessment ratio remains revenue neutral to the district. So while the mill levy itself may change, the actual tax bill paid by property owners does not. It's important to note that this is a provision that no other municipality in Colorado currently has as part of its model service plan. Second, the withholding of a building permits in exchange for a material modification of a service plan is not reasonable and would create additional uncertainty for home builders, further increasing the cost of housing, or worse, having a chilling effect on such development entirely. The city retains the ability to set forth requirements for builders and development agreements and land use codes. Further, the city has the ability to enforce the provisions of the service plan through state law and the corresponding IGA to hold the district accountable. Bottom line, remedies exist without unnecessarily tying governmental functions to the private land use approvals and vice versa. Finally, the prohibition on sub-debt will result in higher home prices to residents. Subordinate debt is often required to fund the infrastructure needed to get a project off the ground. Prohibiting this tool will lead to higher costs to residents because those improvements will have to be financed through conventional construction loans, which are at significantly higher interest rates. In turn, these increased costs are front-loaded into the lot prices that residents pay. Responsible limitations and parameters can be placed on subordinate debt to ensure the tool remains functional and the financing of improvements remains as low as possible. I I urge you to vote no on ordinance 2379 and instead commit to working with stakeholders to address the city's concerns while maintaining the integrity of the tool to ensure the most cost-effective development possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tanaka. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we will move on to Ted Lady.
Ted, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. Ted Leidy with the Home Builders Association of Metro Denver. In the interest of time, we have others that are going to more thoroughly address what I was going to address with you this evening. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Leidy? Seeing none, we'll move on to Morgan Colon.
I'm actually here in person, so I'll be doing it.
All right. We'll get you in a moment then. Daniel Galasso.
Daniel, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Daniel in the meeting.
All right, Tim Kraft.
Tim, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you, Council. Tim Kraft, 1288 South Clayton. I have previously worked in Commerce City on the Buffalo Run project as a developer, but am not currently working in Commerce City. I'm here as a part of the Home Builders Association, specifically the Government Affairs Committee. This is a group that I got involved with after working in a number of municipalities and realizing how difficult it is to provide attainable housing to the middle class of the Front Range. Metro districts are one of the few tools still available to help finance master plan communities in order to deliver those homes so necessary in the supply constrained environment in which we're in today. As Ms. Tanaka related to, it helps reduce the capital cost and also is structured in a way that's actually deductible to many homeowners. In the event that this tool was restricted in the ways proposed, such as the limit percentage of infrastructure, the assessment ratio changes, permit restrictions, and further limiting of mills, it would not be unreasonable to assume housing prices for the base would increase by at least 30,000, and in some cases over 100,000. That is all I have. Thank you very much for the time and the consideration.
Thank you. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Kraft? Seeing none, we'll move on to our in-person speakers. We'll start with Morgan Colon.
Good evening, Mayor Huseman, members of the Commerce City Council. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Metro Denver to share our thoughts and concerns regarding the Commerce City's proposed changes to service plans governing metropolitan districts. All of our comments or concerns were submitted for the public record in May 2nd, in a May 2nd letter that was addressed to the full council. Our biggest concern is the lack of what was previously referred to as the Gallagher adjustment. This provision allows for the recalibration of the mill levy within the district in response to future debt reductions to the assessment rate. If the assessment rate drops in the future, as they have in the past two legislative sessions, revenue to pay for the infrastructure will decrease. Furthermore, adjusting the mill levy doesn't increase the homeowner's tax liability because their assessment rate was reduced. The uncertainty in the value of future property tax revenue stream will make it much more expensive and perhaps even impossible to sell Metro District debt to the bond market. Either way, the outcome will result in fewer homes being built, which will increase prices for new and existing homes and price even more aspiring residents out of the market entirely. Another concern within the draft proposal includes a 35-year limitation on debt service that will significantly shorten that is significantly shorter than the 40-year term that we usually see. This could result in less ability for public improvements to be constructed and or higher interest rates that will unnecessarily increase costs. Another likely scenario is increasing home prices over the cost to cover the cost of such improvements, which will end up pricing more future residents out of the market. The HBA is also concerned with the total combined mill levy cap of 50 mills, with the limitation of 10 mills going exclusively to operations and maintenance. This number is lower than our members are typically accustomed to working with and will again result in shifting the cost burden back to the purchase price of the home, which will again increase, make purchasing a home in Commerce City significantly more expensive. If our concerns to these and other proposals within the proposed service plan update have one consistent theme, it is that they all have the potential to significantly increase the cost of purchasing a home in Commerce City at a time when Colorado residents are already reeling from attainable housing crisis. Without necessary changes, this draft ordinance will undoubtedly make the cost of home ownership more unattainable for many aspiring home owners with moderate incomes. The Home Builders Association supports smart regulations in metropolitan districts because it is an important tool for financing and building public infrastructure and amenities that should be continued to be utilized for the shared prosperity and economic vitality of the entire municipality. Without metro districts, cities are not able to pay for the infrastructure like streets, sidewalks, parks. I appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you. Next up will be, does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Colon? Seeing none, next will be Zachary White.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Zachary White, the law firm White, Barrington, Potomac, and Waldron. I am a special district attorney here representing the industry. I wish to speak in opposition and to urge a no vote on Ordinance 2379. Metro districts are an important tool to provide public improvements that are necessary to provide needed housing in Colorado. While there are many elements of the proposed ordinance that I disagree with and believe will result in unintended and costly consequences, tonight I am here to address the proposed amendments that were proposed at the May 2nd City Council meeting. In the interest of time, I echo Ms. Tanaka's concerns and comments with respect to the elimination of the Gallagher adjustment, the prohibition on subordinate debt, and the ability to withhold building permits for a material modification of the service plan. These proposed amendments to the policy will severely limit a metro district's ability to provide the services it's intended to provide. I heard over and over through the May 2nd meeting staff and council's desire to make sure that you're in line with what neighboring jurisdictions are doing. And I think approving this policy will put you well on your way to being the most restrictive of jurisdictions in the state of Colorado. Housing prices in Colorado continue to climb. I believe that a restrictive policy like this will not protect the citizens of Commerce City, but will make it harder for people to live and work in this city. I urge you to vote no on Ordinance 2379 and to seek further stakeholder input to help develop a policy that both meets the city's needs without being overly burdensome and costly to developers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. White. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we'll move on to Christine Pollard.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Christy Pollard, and I'm the Executive Director for the Metro District Education Coalition, a nonprofit committed to educating the public on the role that metro districts play in our communities to help keep the cost of housing low. We are extremely concerned with proposed ordinance number 2379 and the unintended consequences that may result if enacted. With the rising cost of housing on everyone's mind, we are sensitive to any action that will exacerbate Colorado's affordability challenges. While we understand City Council's intention to create greater protections for its residents, we would like to highlight a few of the many provisions that will have severe unintended consequences. First, no allowance for a mill levy adjustment. If assessment ratios are reduced in the future, revenue generated by the mill levy to pay for infrastructure will drop. We are told by the firms that underwrite the bonds, this will make it nearly impossible to sell Metro District debt because investors rely upon the district's promise to generate the projected revenues in order to repay the debt. If we are unable to build homes, it will only increase the cost of the existing inventory to the future homeowners. Secondly, the prohibition on subdebt will increase the cost to a homeowner. Subordinate debt is often required to fund the infrastructure needed in the early stages of a project. Restricting this tool will lead to higher costs to the residents as other, even higher interest rate capital will fill the gap. Rather than prohibiting this tool, council could provide the desired protections to a homeowner by requiring debt that is privately placed to have an external municipal advisor who reviews the transaction to certify that it is reasonable and within comparable market rates. A municipal advisor is a fiduciary to the district, not the bank or a developer, and is highly regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. There are many other provisions we are concerned, but for the sake of time, we'll conclude by stating we respectfully request that you vote no on ordinance number 2379 or offer amendments to avoid the unintended consequence of unnecessarily raising home prices for the future residents of Commerce City. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pollard. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Okay, that concludes all of our speakers. Mr. Gibson, did anybody submit any written comments?
Mayor Huesman, written comments received were incorporated into the agenda packet.
Okay, this time I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2379. Councilmember Noble?
So moved.
Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that, please.
Have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2379. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I think, you know, I won't go into all the stuff I did last time we had this discussion, but, you know, no change and no improvement is not an option for me. But I think we can take a more balanced and pragmatic approach. There are some changes that I don't think put a higher risk at a future homeowner at all. And I really do believe that, you know, without the Gallagher amendment, I think there is a challenge for some of the districts to have an opportunity to do it right in the way that, you know, I would consider right. I really do think that challenges that, and really would like to see that there's still flexibility in adjusting the mill levy based off of valuation. And really what I mean by that is that, you know, if say I'm paying $1,000, which I know is not realistic, but say I'm paying $1,000 in my property tax, but 500 of that is going to my Metro District, and they're using 250 of that for debt, 250 of that for operating. You know, that $1,000 or that $250 to each side can be critical for kind of keeping a flat tax, if you will, for the neighborhood that you're representing. And so I think that, you know, similar to what we did in the Metro District that I live in, valuation went up, mill levy went down because we're still collecting the same amount of revenue to operate, to pay off our debt, to operate, you know, the basic services the Metro District is responsible for. I think without that, you could not only get yourself into a bad operating situation where you can't pay for the basic services required, but potentially even get into a situation where you're struggling to pay off the bond debt that your metropolitan district is liable for. And so I'm not necessarily saying that I have all the answers to that. I just think that adjusting the language to consider that without the current, or not, you know, with the Gallagher amendment being voted out, I still think there needs to be a similar kind of concession, if you will, to make sure that that allows for that type of adjustment. Again, I'm not advocating for higher out-of-pocket taxes, but more of a flat rate that is adjusted by valuation changes.
Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. I won't belabor the points that Councilmember Hurst made, but I'm in agreement. And rather than suggesting a bunch of amendments, I would rather see this go back to stakeholder engagement between stakeholders and staff to make some reasonable adjustments and bring it back to council. For that reason, I'll be a no vote tonight.
Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I had a question for Councilmember Hurst. If the maximum mill levy would be 50, then, and the developer came in at, say, 35, then the project could adjust all the way up to 50. There's no reason it has to start and finish at 50. It could start lower and then be adjusted until it maxes out at 50. That's the point of 50, is that it maxes out. This is taxation without representation. And people who talk about attainable housing, oh my goodness gracious. I have, just recently, I was on an HBA tour, and we were having lunch in Reunion in the parking lot. And one of the women who was there as a guest came up to me afterwards because I talked about metro districts to the assembled group. And she came up to me afterwards to tell me that she and her husband had to move out of Reunion after their home was reassessed once the house was added on, that they couldn't afford it. We see that all the time in Reunion. Particularly because our rate is 88, and that's on top of all of the other assessments as well, mill levies as well. So, Mr. Hurst, I'm just asking, couldn't it start at 35 or 40 or 38 and max out at 50 and still have room for the developer to operate?
I guess potentially in theory, I would need to see the math to make that work, but with the way that construction, material, and labor prices have gone up, it's hard for me to see that max of 50 not being used right from the get-go, because we're also turning around on the backside and putting a limitation to the years that you can collect that tax at 35 years. And so just don't think with the current cost, you'd be able to start lower than the max and be able to pay back those bonds in the amount of time that we have built into this regulation.
I think that it's time that we did something. Commerce City has been a cash register for a very long time because we had very, very liberal laws here. And I can certainly understand why it's been attractive, but it will continue to be attractive because it's a great area. We're convenient to the airport, we're convenient to downtown, we're convenient to all of the freeways. There's a lot going for Commerce City, and I think it will continue to be an area that builders want to develop in. You will recall that we just had a developer before us last week who chose not to have a metro district, and he was going forward with his project without a metro district. So it's not even necessary to have a metro district. That simply serves as another way to be able to raise more profits and sometimes at the expense of the homeowner. And that's what's of concern to me, is the homeowners need to be taken care of. We are their last line of defense. And the city council needs to stand up for the homeowners of Commerce City.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to echo those thoughts. And if I had it my way, I would add on the amendments mentioned by Ms. Sanchez. I thought she was right on target. although I know that I wouldn't get the support from the rest of you, so I will definitely be a yes vote on this and take what I can get. Thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, so this is, it's tough because, you know, on the one hand, we talk about attainability, but it's not like this isn't being paid, right? It's whether it's part of the home or paid through your property taxes. And, you know, I think we heard from some residents that are paying 88 mills. That's the total mills for, you know, a home in Commerce City that doesn't have a metro district. So, you know, that part in itself is difficult to come to terms with. And I understand that, you know, the metro district does provide benefits in that it allows for cheaper debt because, you know, it's guaranteed. So you got less risk. They know it's going to be collected and paid when they issue that debt. So you get, you know, lower interest rate as opposed to going out and getting a conventional construction loan. And, you know, that adds up. But I think what we need to come to here is what's that balance? You know, how are we going to achieve balance where, you know, we're not taking away the tools for developers and building everything into the cost of a home because, you know, we're talking, what, $90,000 in infrastructure improvements that if you take away the metro district, it's going to add that to the home instantly. But there's also, you know, you take lower mill levies and you create more risk in the structure of this debt. And, you know, more risk means higher interest rates. So you're going to have people that are in metro districts that don't go as far because they're going to be paying, you know, a lower mill levy, but they're also going to be paying more interest. And so the actual principle of that debt that can go towards funding that infrastructure is going to go less far. So you're still going to have an allocation of those dollars into the price of a home. And, you know, that's why I struggle to come to what's the correct balance. I think, you know, if we do reduce the mill levy or get rid of the Gallagher adjustment, as they like to call it, then you have to take out loans that are less than that maximum because, you know, that's what people are speaking to. You can't take out a loan or you can't issue debt. You can't issue debt to the maximum amount of mills which is what we see in every metro district that's, you know, been issued in Commerce City. So now you got to build in that buffer for, you know, if the assessment rate does go down. And so, you know, there's parts of this that I don't agree with and would like to see go back to the drawing board. I think, you know, we have some restrictions on subordinate debt that, you know, could hurt the market. And, you know, once you start adding all those restrictions, you know, it really starts choking it out and making it harder to issue. I don't think it's going to be impossible, but it is going to be harder. It's going to be more expensive, and the tool is going to be less effective. So, you know, I would like to see some of that subordinate debt go. I also think that there should be someone acting as a fiduciary in the best interest of the future residents to issue an opinion and sign off on these metro district upon formation so that, you know, we have someone that is a financial advisor reviewing these metro districts and giving us an opinion as to, you know, that they're financially responsible and that they were created in a method that's not going to harm the future home buyers. So, you know, right now, I honestly don't know if I support it or not. I think I would like to see it go back and include, all the stakeholders from both sides. I know we went out to residents and, but I don't think we brought developers or any of the industry groups in. And that's a disservice because at the end of the day, you can't legislate for one side or the other. It has to be someone that's going to be fair to everyone, that's something that everyone can live with. And, at the end of the day, probably both sides will feel like they lost. But that's usually how you got good legislation, right? So, yeah, I would like to see it go back.
Councilmember Noble?
I'd like to ask a question of staff. Did you have any conversations with developers or builders in the preparation of this ordinance?
That's a great question, ma'am. We engaged the development community on a number of different accounts, whether that was through direct communication with individual developers. We also shared where we were at in the process, identifying where and how comments could be provided through what we have as standing meetings called the Developer Instructions Roundtable. Now, we're not diving deep into the discussion with them there, but we are providing the vehicle for them to be able to provide comments back to us. So that's just a handful. I know that, prior to Mr. Robinson's time with Mr. Borgelli, who was serving as a project manager, I know that there was communication and correspondence with the development community stakeholders. Once again, we've had our draft posted since November of 2021 that was accessible for not just residents, business community, but also the development community. So
would you feel comfortable that you have sought input from various stakeholders, Mr. Rogers?
I think there's a level of confidence that we've sought input. We've tried to provide feedback about what that is in the process. I think you can always have more, but I think we've done our due diligence to getting you all to this stage with what's been asked of or the direction to set the expectation that was asked of by the council when we came to you all in November and then ultimately as well in February.
Yes, and we also had discussion about this in August, where we raised issues and asked for things to be put in the draft. And in addition, we began talking about this, I know, in January of 2020, when we talked about having a Metro District Town Hall, as well as a Metro District Commission that would be made up of residents and developers. Neither of those things came to pass because, of course, lots of things got interrupted by COVID, but it wasn't for lack of effort on the part of the city to have as many people involved in this as possible. With regards to Mrs. Sanchez's, Dr. Sanchez actually, her comment about the parent-child relationship, I did put a motion forward in another section of this at the last meeting, and it was defeated. So I'm going to put a new motion forward that is not the same as the old motion, and it would be a motion to amend Section 13-1000, which is Purpose and Policy Preferences, Section D, and add 9. So it would read, the city does not prefer service plans or modifications to existing service plans that create consolidated service metro districts. My motion is to add D9, create consolidated service metro districts.
Councilmember Hurst?
I was gonna.
Are you seconding the motion?
If I can get some clarification. Okay. I was gonna talk about something else, but Councilwoman Noble and Attorney Hayter, if you could tell me if this is even possible. I think one of the concerns that we talked about last time when you brought up that motion, I wasn't against the idea. I think what I was worried about is that there's commercial opportunity out there that we could be squandering. Is it possible to have that type of amendment just to the residential? Or if it's a metro district law, it's a metro district law. We can't, distinguish between commercial and residential.
So, Mr. Kelly, if you're still on the line, I'm going to ask if you could address this question.
Yeah, Dalton Kelly with law firm Butler Snow. Spoke with you all a few weeks ago. Nice to see you again. Yeah, you can make restrictions that apply to different types of districts. We've seen that before. Some of the challenges defining what is a residential district and what is a commercial district. I believe we have a definition right now of a residential district. I'd have to dig that out really quick to see what has been used so far. But as long as you're treating similar districts similarly, I don't see any problems with that. We see different mill levy requirements all the time for different types of districts.
Okay.
And there is a definition of residential district in section 1000, let's see, 13-1001, and it is one of the bottom definitions, and it is a metropolitan district with a service plan with more than 10% of the property that is expected to be used for residential development. So there is a definition for residential districts as of right now that we could use or amend, refine. But to answer the question, yes, we could tailor it to apply to different types of districts.
All right, then I would be willing to do that, Councilmember Hurst.
I appreciate that. So I'll second the motion, but I wanted to add one other thing. So if we want to do that, or should I just jump into it?
So,
I think.
So I'm confused. We have a motion and a second.
Mm-hmm. But I'm going to ask for an amendment here quick.
So we should. Okay.
Go ahead.
No, it sounds like you're going to. You're seeking to amend. So amend the amendment.
Really, it's kind of a clarification on what I'm seconding. I think there's still value in kind of agreements from multiple districts in a planned development. And one of the things that I'd like us to recognize is that, if it's I think it'd be considered an IGA because they're quasi-judicial. But say in a master plan development, you have homeowners now controlling the boards, and you have 4 in one development. I think allowing them to get into an agreement through IGAs is something that I want to make sure we're still allowing for. I think a condition there in allowing for that it must be majority homeowner controlled to allow these kind of IGAs to continue to happen, but only after homeowner control gets on board. And what I'm trying to protect against is we're trying to eliminate the ability to have a parent-child relationship. But if you still allow for kind of these IGAs to happen amongst districts, potentially a developer could use that as kind of a way to make some moves before homeowners take control of the board. So really what I'm trying to do is not handcuff a development from being able to work together to solve kind of their operations needs, and I think that allows for like consolidated contracts for landscaping and some of the other services that would naturally be provided by an HOA or metro district, but at the same time considers kind of those front-end challenges that we're always trying to catch up with and defend our residents. Seems like several times we've had to do that, and it really started at the very beginning before homeowner control happened on the board. So I just want to make sure if we don't kill the ability to kind of make these agreements, but we're also setting some conditions to that.
Mr. Councilmember Hurst, the only problem here is that it's consolidated or the coordinating district that indebts everybody. And so then you have the service districts that are stuck paying into it. And that's what I'm trying to contain. If it helps you at all on this amendment, it's under D, and D is the city does not prefer service plans or modifications to existing plans that. So it's not a prohibition, as some of the other sections of the ordinance have. It's simply stating a preference, and it gives us room to have that discussion when these come before us, that we let them know in advance that we don't want to do these kind of things anymore.
No, and I second that part. I really do agree with you on that. I just want to make sure that there's no unintended consequences that allow homeowners to come to future agreements. If it's just on this consolidated, and we're not considering like a four-way IGA done completely by homeowner-controlled boards, then there is no rebuttal or amendment request. It's just simply wanted to make sure we're covering that in this discussion, so we're not handcuffing them in the future. But I second the motion.
And can I ask one other thing? To our consulting attorney, what is the appropriate terminology? We call it parent-child. I just called it consolidated dash service, but it might be coordinated dash service. What do you call it?
I mean, there's several terms that are used. We see managing service district, we see parent-child. Some of it is just kind of defining what we mean. I mean, essentially my understanding is what you're trying to prevent is kind of the post-stamp district that is not ever going to have future residents, and that being the one that issues debt or that is the one entering into contracts and making decisions in that way. And so it would just be what the ordinance before you is direction for what you want to see in the model service plan. And then in the model service plan that'll come before you later to be approved by resolution, it would be making a definition that fits that. We could work on a definition, but it's kind of an amorphous thing to try to define. I think some of it is we know it when we see it.
Okay, as long as we all agree on the term, that'll be fine. If it's written down somewhere. So you know what the intention is then. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion and a second to amend the ordinance as stated. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Councilmember Madera, were you an aye or a nay? Aye. Aye, okay, it is going to pass 5-3. Okay. All right, any other comments? All right, I'd like to address some comments that were made earlier, and I've done some math, and again, I shouldn't try to do math in public on the fly like this, but I have. A comment was made from the Home Builders Association that if metro districts can't take out bonds, it'll cost somebody $30,000 more to buy a house. So I looked at the current interest rate for today for a 30-year fixed year term, 5.39%, and calculated a $450,000 house and came up with a payment of $2,524. Added $50,000 onto that to be generous and came out with a payment of $2,804, approximately $280 more a month. Grand total of that is $3,360 a year. I looked up a house in the Reunion Metro District that actually is valued at $448,000, and the tax to the Metro District alone is $2,832. So for $44 a month more, you can buy a house without having a Metro District. Now there's some variables that need to be discussed in there. First off, those property taxes that are being paid are not going to be deductible on your income taxes. Unfortunately, due to the 2017 tax law, there's a cap of $10,000 on state and local taxes that make it so that most homeowners in this area are not able to write off all their property taxes. But that extra $44 a month that would be interest is still 100% tax deductible, providing savings for the homeowner in the long run. The other thing that takes place, in 2 years, that county assessor is going to come back and determine that the value of that house probably went up. When the value of the house went up, the principal and interest payment on that is not going to go up from that $2,804. The principal and interest payment is going to stay the same. But what is going to go up, and by a large margin, is going to be the property taxes that that homeowner is going to have to pay. And a large percentage of that is driven by 88 mills being tacked on to the property tax. And that's why we see residents complaining on a regular basis about how the city council raised their property taxes and their payment went up $500, $600, $700 a month, and it's endless. But that wouldn't happen if the Metro District didn't exist. Instead, that principal and interest payment would stay the same. Now, another comment was made erroneously about how these Metro Districts get lower interest rates. When I moved into my house, my interest rate, I think, was about 4.25%. Our Metro District was paying about 6.25%. As I've refinanced my interest rate, I've gotten it down to 2.25%. The Metro District interest rate in my Metro District is still 3.2%. So it's cheaper for me to absorb that debt through my credit than it is to pay the credit that existed whenever somebody decided to build those homes out there. So I reject any notion that just because you have a Metro District, it results in lower interest rate and results in lower payment. And I reject any notion that just because you don't have a Metro District to fund that infrastructure, that it's going to cost people that much more money to own their home. $44 a month, and that $44, 100% tax deductible, unlike your Metro District taxes. Let me ask a question. 5 weeks ago almost, 5 weeks ago Wednesday, we had a town hall. At the end of the town hall, there was an agreement that any question related to the Metro District that could not be answered during that town hall for one reason or another would be gathered up, answers would be retrieved, and they would be posted on a website that exists on our city website, c3gov/reunion. When I look this afternoon, there's not a single Metro District question out there. There's not a single answer. In 5 weeks, why haven't we gotten the answer to those questions?
Thank you for that, Mayor. We have spoken with, I would call it the home builder, the developer Reunion, who is or was seeking responses to those questions. They have received those answers to those questions and are drafting those up to send those over. So that is where we are at today, sir.
5 weeks. We couldn't get these answers in 5 weeks. You want to sit here and you want to talk about transparency and you want to talk about how everything is done in the greater good of the future homeowner, and you can't get questions answered in a 5-week time period? That's not transparency. That's not in the greater good of the homeowners and the people that are going to purchase. And this idea that we're going to drive people out of the market, let me tell you, if putting the true cost of home ownership is going to keep somebody from purchasing the home, then your practices are deceptive and they ought to be illegal. And the reality is this legislation does not go far enough, because really the ultimate answer is not to allow a Metro District anymore. That's the ultimate answer. But in the spirit of compromise, we are trying to come up with something that is going to appease both sides of it, to make it palatable, to make it so that something can pass. This ordinance is not perfect. It definitely doesn't include things that I want to see in it. It definitely doesn't include things that other council members want to see in it. And it definitely includes items that other council members don't want to see. But it was an attempt to try to bridge the gap and come up with something that is going to protect future homeowners from the predatory practices that we see in this community every single day. And those predatory practices are unconscionable and should not be allowed. Unfortunately, no amount of legislation that we pass is going to make a difference on whether or not those practices are allowed to continue today or tomorrow or into the foreseeable future. Councilmember Madera, I see you want to talk beforehand. I need a motion and a second to extend this meeting by 30 minutes. Councilmember Noble.
So moved.
I have a motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Councilmember Noble, or Madera?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the interest. So the interest on the Metro District debt, like your example, 6%, is less than a construction loan in that same amount. And then that cost gets built into the home, right? Raising the price of the home, raising your mortgage. So you end up paying interest on that same debt twice. Now at 4.25 on top of whatever that construction loan was at, because that's gonna be factored in when you build these homes. So that's where the interest is cheaper on the Metro District. It's not just, straight across, the interest on the Metro District debt versus the interest on your home. You gotta understand that there's another loan that is gonna take place before that, that's gonna get built into that price.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other requests for discussion, I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance, or introduce this by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2379. As amended, Mr. Gibson, would you please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2379, an ordinance enacting Chapter 13 Metropolitan Districts of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code as amended. Your vote is open.
And the ordinance fails 4-4. All right, we'll move on to ordinance 2397 or 2401 for the Buffalo Run Clubhouse Man Maintenance Facility Expansion. Mr. Rogers, would you like to introduce the items?
Thank you, Mayor. You first heard this item at a study session on April 25th to discuss the expansion of the clubhouse and the maintenance facility. I'm not going to belabor the discussion in and around the details of that presentation, but that is in your packet for the night. At that time, we had costed out without contingency of about 8.7 million. With contingency, that cost raises to about 10.5. In that, we also heard at the end of the meeting comments from council as it relates to trying to take advantage of the view shed of the mountains to the west. So our staff, wanting to ensure that we turned over a rock, conducted additional due diligence with the architect, and were able to determine that there is a cost-effective approach to being able to leverage those views through the existing pavilion building that is in existence today that would be demoed, that would allow for a larger pavilion of around 3,000 square feet that would also be able to accommodate a rooftop terrace. The cost of that rooftop terrace and an expansion of the pavilion is in and around about 1.45 million, bringing a total cost for your decision-making tonight of about 12.1, 12.2 as more specific within that ordinance. So what we have before you are options of either 1A, moving forward with what you all were presented on April 25th that you have in your packet, or B, an ordinance that allows for an expansive pavilion with a rooftop terrace option that can be delivered as part of the comments we received for taking leverage of the view sheds to the west of the mountains. And with that, I will answer any questions that the council may have.
Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Noble?
Are you saying one is 10 plus million and the other one is 12 plus million?
Yes, ma'am, and that the difference between that would be the inclusion of a larger pavilion with a rooftop terrace being the difference between the 10 and the 12.
All right, and what was the consideration for an actual rooftop on the building itself, on the restaurant itself?
It comes into building code practices. One that we tried to manage, what we tried to address is that when you get into a space, particularly of a rooftop terrace, that is in and above 3,000 square feet, you start to run into mechanical needs of an elevator. And an elevator cost can in and of itself be another $1 million just for that equipment. So we are trying to be cost effective, given with where we're already sitting with the, with the cost for the overall expansion and maintenance facility for the clubhouse, as well, that by even looking at anything furthermore for the actual clubhouse itself, we would probably have even a multiplier above and beyond the 1.45 that starts to become an untenable and cost prohibition to that expansion.
What's the point of having a rooftop on the pavilion if you can't serve up there you can't use it without an elevator anyway?
So based on building code, you still would have to require access to that rooftop patio. You just would not be required to have from a mandatory perspective, an actual elevator. So you would still have steps that would be able to meet the code and the minimum ADA compliant requirements in order to be able to provide access for wait staff and/or residents and/or visitors for that space.
Could the restaurant serve on the roof?
If you're saying if we can bring food up to the roof, yes, on that expanded pavilion.
So you could come to the restaurant and say, I want to sit on the roof of the pavilion, and they would say, okay.
With the new pavilion that would be expanded, yes. We would be able to design the building to meet building code to be able to provide that terrace.
Okay, on an evening basis, night after night, people
Yes,
could
ma'am.
go up there and use it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Did I hear that did not include the cost of an elevator?
That did not include the cost of an elevator. That is correct.
So how will, whenever I fall off my bicycle and fracture my hip, how will I get up on top of the pavilion to take place?
Well, I am pretty tall, so I could just probably put you over the top.
I appreciate that, but I don't think you live in the vicinity, so I can't rely on you always being there, so.
So as it currently stands, like I said, you have an option that obviously this one does not include a space for an elevator because of the size of the structure of the pavilion. Obviously, if there was direction from council, we could go back to the architect to see what that would be. Obviously, that would have to be a much larger, expansive pavilion. But I would say from initial cost estimates, and I know Paul Hebenik from the golf course is on the line. He can speak to more of the technical details. We felt that just started to become too cost prohibitive in being able to, well, one, we're not going to see that cost from the capital outlay for that facility. But what we do know is that based on the rooftop terrace and the pavilion as identified, we have a best guesstimate that we would actually be able to offset the operational cost on an annual basis and be able to actually have more expansive opportunities. You start to include additional mechanical equipment and other necessary, I would say, programmatic needs to accommodate that. We're eating more into a budget that is already, I would say, somewhat taxed. But Paul, if you have any other additional thoughts to add to the mayor's question.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I guess I would say if the question is specific to access for people who were not able to climb the stairs, is that the specific question?
Yes, sir.
So for those folks that would not be able to climb the stairs, the other options available would be obviously the outdoor patio space, the pavilion itself, as well as the Three Seasons room. But you're correct that if you're unable to climb the stairs, you would not have access to the rooftop terrace.
Yeah, that's less than ideal. I'd like to see my personal preference, and council can chime in. I'd like to see you go back to the drawing board and figure out how it is that we make sure that the entire area is accessible for everybody. I just don't see it as a viable option that you're going to have this rooftop terrace that people can go up there and enjoy a nice meal, enjoy the views of the mountains, but you can only do so if you're ambulatory. And just the idea that we haven't put forth the money to do the project right, to make sure that everybody gets to enjoy it in a city facility, in a public facility. On top of, I would have concerns over us meeting ADA compliance without having the ability for people to get up there. So my preference is they go back to the drawing board on this. Councilmember Hurst?
No argument from me. So just trying to clarify what I heard you say. Currently, sitting at 8.2 with the contingency that puts us over 10. With this change in design, I'm assuming it puts us around 10, and the contingency puts us at 12 and change.
So if we were to just go with what I would call the base, which was presented on April 25th, that's 10.5. That doesn't include the rooftop terrace and/or expanded pavilion.
But it's 8.2 construction. When you add the contingency,
It's another 1.5, so that gets you to 10.
Yep.
If you just do with that, that's what you all saw on April 25th. If you want to do the base plus the rooftop terrace, that's going to put you at 12.1 under the current proposal, which does not include an elevator. If it's so is the council's direction of what it's wanting to go back and work with the architecture about what does that look like with the inclusion of an elevator for that terrace, we would have to come back to you with what is that grand total cost impact of the project.
so can I ask you, just for the sake of putting it on the record, what the contingency is there for?
The contingencies there is for overruns, unforeseen circumstances that, as we were going through our designing and planning, ultimately construction is dealing with the land, and there's things that you will come about that you did not anticipate that allows for you to be able to ensure that you can deliver the project within a reasonable budget. So the contingency there is really to allow for us to ensure that we are taking into account what we have not accounted for because you just don't know until you actually get in there.
Yeah, I know about going to Home Depot in the middle of projects. What I'm looking for is, of course, we're not sitting here looking at the design. I really appreciate you guys taking the feedback and going back and working with the architect to find a solution. But I'm also with the mayor on this one. Let's do it right. I mean, this is something that we're proud as a central point of our city. We're already investing a lot. And so I would like to propose that we kind of approve the condition as does not exceed 1.2 million more than what you have right here. Because you said it's $1 million roughly to add the cost of a elevator. I'm adding 200,000 to that for the same reasons we just talked about, because you're back a napkin guessing the $1 million cost. And then if it comes back and it's 1.7 or 1.8, then we have that discussion. But if it's within this contingent, it's kind of this does not exceed range that I'm proposing, and obviously willing to listen to other proposals, then we can move forward and make that design happen.
Councilmember Davis.
Mr. Rogers, Mr. Hayter, Mr. Tinklenberg, you all know more about the American Disabilities Act than I do, certainly. I am in complete agreement with the mayor and with Councilman Hurst in the respect that if we're going to make this something that we want people to be proud of, I really would hate to see you, Mr. Rogers, bring your grandmother and your mother in there and one of them be confined to a wheelchair and, well, we'd really like to eat upstairs, but sorry, we don't have an elevator for you, so you're going to get stuck down there. I'm afraid if we don't include something like that, some ability for disabled folks to be able to get upstairs, we're shooting ourselves in the foot in the long run. And $1.2 million or $1.3 million is not chump change by any stretch of the imagination, but over the course of how long's the current building been there? 20 years, roughly?
Since 1996.
Okay, 26 years. You take that $1.2 million to $1.5 million for an elevator, and you spread that over the years. And granted, there's going to be maintenance and that sort of stuff on it, but it's going to be chump change. That's going to be chump change, as opposed to the black eye we'd give ourselves without having the ability to allow people that are disabled to be able to get upstairs. That's my comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huesman. So I definitely agree about the elevator, but there's a more important point that I'd like to make with this. This was brought before us in a study session. And this is a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier in the study session about why we should continue to have study sessions. When it was presented that night, I definitely had reservations about the plans. I wanted to look at it more in depth. I felt like the indication was hurry up and move ahead on this really fast, because if we don't, the prices are gonna go up and we've got to do this now. And I didn't voice my opinion on it. And then I find out after the fact, after the meeting is over, that someone brought up the fact that they would like a rooftop dining. I think that's great, because when Steve Douglas was on council, that's what he wanted, and he proposed that. It didn't go through at that particular point in time. They were going to expand the kitchen. That didn't happen. It should have. So this is what I was talking about earlier. This is taxpayer dollars. We have to be good stewards. We have to know where the money's going and who's going to benefit from it. And look at all of the repercussions that could happen and the benefits, but we need to weigh them out. But we haven't been doing that kind of thing. And to see something like this come tonight, again, in a special meeting, is exactly what I was talking about earlier. So, I'm not happy about seeing this come before us this evening for either option. And I guess that's all I have to say, because I probably made my point, but this kind of thing cannot continue to happen, in my opinion.
Just to clarify, ask staff to go back through what was the initial quote. Initial quote for an elevator would be another 1.5 million for consideration.
Councilwoman Noble, you're next on the list.
Thank you very much. I just want to make the point that when I was asking every night, I was just skeptical that ADA, as Councilmember Davis was commenting, wasn't being employed here. I found that hard to believe. And I would completely agree with everyone that it's really necessary. If we're going to have a rooftop deck, there has to be an elevator in order for everyone to have access. There isn't necessarily a reason to make the pavilion a lot bigger. It could be on the outside of the pavilion also to take you up to the second floor. But I do think it's worthwhile, and I realize that the dollar signs are going up on this, but if it's going to last a long time, then it needs to be something that we do right from the beginning.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, this is a little different for me just because, it is an enterprise fund, so it's not something where you're spending taxpayer money and then, it's gone, right? Because this, at the end of the day, works more like a business where it's going to bring in revenue of its own. And to be honest, it's going to be probably the best place in Commerce City, because we don't have a rooftop place anywhere in Commerce City. And so, it's going to be something that people are going to want to go to, and especially with that expanded kitchen and being able to serve, more food and let Rob work his magic there. I think, you got to look at it as an investment, and I'm on board with half the elevator. You're already going to have everything torn apart. It's a lot easier to do that now, pay for it up front than, trying to do it after the fact. And then, I think it's going to be something that people are going to be proud of, and people are going to be visiting, pretty frequently.
Point of clarification, this is no longer an enterprise fund, it's part of the general fund,
The golf courses?
correct?
Stand corrected. It still makes money, though.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I think just to tag on to what Councilman Madera is saying, $1.5 million is a lot of money. It really is. But this is kind of what we were talking about when we talked about like the par 3. It's a great idea, but let's put lights. And really, it's that differentiating factor. What's going to bring people, like, obviously this, in my mind, would be a great community asset enhancement, however you want to call it. But it also will bring folks from outside of our borders to use this type of, our city borders to use this type of asset. But yesterday, I played golf at the course around noon. When I hit the turn, so maybe 2 hours and 15 minutes later, there was a wedding inside the golf course yesterday. No big deal. That wasn't the plan. The plan was for it to be outside. It was really cold and windy. And so you can already see the value that this expansion is going to add to our community and its ability to not just have a great place for our residents to utilize for events like weddings, but it's also that day to day. And it's also a pride factor, hey, this is a really nice golf course, but it's a muni and it's one that we care about, one that we're investing in, and we're using it as a central, one of the central recreational focal points of our city. And so to me, the 1.5 is similar to how the mayor said it. It's like, that's the only way to do it. That is the right way to do it because as Councilman Madera pointed out, it's a lot. We're going to end up having to do this. It's just my gut feeling, no matter what we do. And I can just think about trenching for your electrical and everything that it would take to get, your 240 out for the elevator. It's just going to take a significant effort if we do this afterwards. And so, would really like to see how we can incorporate that into the design appropriately, and if it costs an elevated, kind of similar estimate to what Mr. Rogers is talking about now. It does make it a little tougher pill to swallow, but it also, again, just feels like that's what has to be done if we're going to do this.
All right, does anybody want to make a motion on either ordinance 2397 or 2401? Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I'll make a motion, 2401 is the rooftop, right? Okay, to approve 2401 with the inclusion of an elevator not to exceed 1.2 million. 1.5.
I have a motion to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2401 with an additional $1.5 million authorization for the inclusion of an elevator. Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the
I have a
motion.
motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please? Councilmember Douglas.
Can't get off that easy. So the only thing that I have reservations about is what happens if they build something in front of it that blocks the views to the mountains?
That's a great question, ma'am. That is obviously still a variable on the table. The property at question at the corner of Chambers and 112 is privately owned and has the ability to be privately developed with a whole host of a number of different uses. So that is one thing to keep in mind as we move forward, is that unfortunately we can't predict what will occur or what will happen on that site. I think obviously we all have certain expectations and intent for development that's, I'll say, coordinated and cohesive and, stitches into our community that allows for the benefit of all properties to be able to be successful. But that is a variable at this current stage in time.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to request an addition or an amendment to the motion for the inclusion of a food truck, acquisition of a food truck to be used for restaurant services during the renovation and for future use for community outreach. My understanding is roughly $100,000 addition would cover that type of cost.
All right, I have a motion to increase the value of ordinance 2401 by $100,000 in order to fund the purchase of a food truck to be used during the renovation and for outreach events. Councilmember Madera?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to increase the value by $100,000 for the purchase of a food truck. Is there any discussion?
Yes. Okay. Hello? I already voted. Before that, our voting thing was up, and I voted. So this should be a separate amendment. I don't see any reason for us to actually buy a food truck when there are so many different food truck operations in Commerce City who could come and do the same thing on a regular basis.
Okay, Councilmember Hurst?
But I did vote.
Councilwoman Noble, I think I'm going to support that amendment request just because during construction renovation, we'd like to maintain the serving staff and the cooking staff and allow food operations to continue, obviously in a different capacity than a full-on restaurant. But I think the food truck goes beyond the golf course renovation, but willing to hear other opinions.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to increase the value of ordinance 2401 by $100,000 for the purchase of a food truck. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Is that a nay, Councilmember Noble?
This was not done right. It wasn't done appropriately. I have a vote up on the screen. Everybody else did at the same time. We can do two separate motions, but not within the same one.
It sounds like Councilmember Noble has raised a point of order. And frankly, I'm confused of where we got to with regards to the motions. I know there was a motion that was made to approve 2401, and that was seconded. And then there was the motion to amend that to add the 1.5 million for the elevator, and that was seconded. I don't know that we got to a vote on that one before the next amendment was made, though. So I also got lost.
The elevator was part of the original motion.
Yeah, elevator.
It was an amendment.
Okay,
Councilwoman Grimes was an amendment.
thank you, I'm sorry.
Okay, so the way we went, we had a motion and a second to approve 2401 with the inclusion of $1.5 million for the purpose of an elevator.
And then
We were in discussion when Councilmember Grimes voted to amend to include another $100,000 for the purpose of a food truck.
So
Right
it
now,
sounds
we
like
are
the
doing
voting-
a voice vote on the amendment to increase by $100,000.
It sounds like there was an electronic vote that was opened up prematurely. All right, so thank you, Councilmember Noble, for pointing out that error, so.
Okay,
I
so
think
this
we're good.
vote is a voice vote on the amendment to increase the value by $100,000 for the purchase of a food truck. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion carries unanimously 8-0. All right, now, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote for ordinance 2401 to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading as amended with the inclusion of $1.5 million for the purpose of an elevator and an additional $100,000 for the purpose of a food truck.
Ordinance 2401, an ordinance amending the 2022 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by transferring $12,077,240 from the unencumbered fund balance in the general fund to the Capital Improvement and Preservation Plan Fund, CIPP, for costs associated with the Buffalo Run Golf Course Clubhouse and Maintenance Facility Expansion Project to include new pavilion with rooftop patio and the authorizations of the expenditure thereof as amended. Your vote is open. You're going to need to revote.
All right, motion carries unanimously 8-0 with one excused absence. All right, team, we have one more ordinance, one resolution, and one administrative council business item. I need a motion and a second to extend the meeting by 30 minutes and get this knocked out. Councilmember Madera?
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right, let's power through. Ordinance 2398, 2022 budget reappropriations. Mr. Tinklenberg, city manager, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have brought to you a number of requests, and that is basically on an interim basis, meaning that we will bring additional ones once the audit is closed. So this is the first round of reappropriation ordinance, if you will. We have brought to you a number of items that we viewed as being critical at this time, critical from a time standpoint, and wanted to bring these to you earlier than the rest of the reappropriation requests. We have requested 11 positions to be approved. I can run through those, or I can answer questions on specific ones, whatever you prefer.
Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Tinklenberg? Councilmember Noble?
Please run through them quickly.
Okay. Assistant City Clerk is due to the workload in the City Clerk's office. This would enable them to keep up with what is happening with not only meeting organization and recording meeting minutes, but also CORA requests, Colorado Open Records requests, the elections. They have to coordinate with the county on the elections, and that means a substantial amount of pre-work that has to happen, and I could continue on with that, but that gives you a quick overview. Urban Renewal Director, excuse me. We have found that with a number of urban renewal projects that are going on, that is pulling a substantial amount of time from Deputy City Manager Rogers as well as Jenna Lowry. And we wish to bring in someone who can focus on redevelopment projects and the urban renewal areas that need to be established. Management Analyst 2, that's an additional management analyst that is associated with the Chief Innovation Officer. The two of them would be in basically a Center for Innovation, and that goes back to one of the items that City Council pointed out to me in my last evaluation, and that is you wanted to see basically improvements in city operations in terms of efficiencies, and also ways that we can restructure some of our operations. And so we want to have an office focused purely on innovation projects, basically, and introducing new technology, new approaches to our various operating departments. HR technician, that is to assist with the amount of recruitments that need to go on. We have a substantial number of not only new positions, but also staff turnover, which is reflective of the nationwide trend in terms of amount of turnover that's occurring. Lead cook, this would be moving a variable hour employee to full-time position. Recreation coordinator, again, looking at additional programs that need to be brought in the summer months, particularly for our growing population. Fleets and facilities program manager, again, focused, not exclusively, I was going to say, but focused primarily on the type of projects that we have going on, not only in fleet, but facilities, particularly with the number of, we have had ADA projects that are going on, as well as standard renovation type of projects. And really need someone who can focus on that and manage those. Same thing with construction administrator. The construction administrator would be dealing with contracts, contractors, and overseeing public improvements primarily. And then building inspector, as I mentioned earlier, We're doing tens of thousands of building inspections, and we're actually exceeding the recommended number of inspections by individual inspectors, and this would add 2 positions to keep up with the amount of construction that is occurring. So those are the positions. In addition, then, there is damage with tile coming loose in the Paradise Island gutters, which are the little trenches on the sides of the pool at the water park. We need to replace those, so this would pay for that. Fiscal impact, growth management. We've talked extensively about, doing a fiscal impact study, and this would provide the money for that. Center for Excellence, this would be paying for additional training and development for that Center for Innovation, actually. We changed the name partway through, and so you'll see some references to Center for Excellence, which is really the Center for Innovation, which is what we're currently calling it. City Manager Office renovations, that is in anticipation of needing to move people around and change some of the office arrangement to accommodate additional staff without building a new building. Imagination Library, Council has approved this. That was $6,000. We're proposing $7,000 going forward this coming year to, that's the reading program where we provide books to children. And then enhanced funding for utility costs. We've seen utility costs increase, particularly electricity and natural gas, but also somewhat with water utilities. And then Commerce City Clean, we did not have a budget for the actual program, and so this would provide money for the actual program. And contract services, all of a sudden I'm drawing a blank. Contract services.
That is to be able to pay our environmental consultants,
Okay.
Lotus.
So the grand total of that is $1,687,658.
Is the work at Paradise Island going to delay the opening or cause closures this summer?
It is not anticipated, sir.
Thank you. Does anybody else on council have any questions? Seeing none, looking for Mr. Gibson. Is anybody registered to speak?
No members of the public have registered to speak, and no written comments were submitted by the deadline, Mayor.
That's a shame. Looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2398. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2398. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2398, first reading of an ordinance amending the 2022 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating portions of the unencumbered fund balance of the general fund and transferring to designated fund portions of the unencumbered fund balance in the general fund and reaffirming certain prior appropriations for a total amount of $1,687,658 and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
All right, motion carries unanimously 8-0, one excused absence. We're moving on to resolutions. Resolution 2022-52, awarding the 2022 concrete flatwork replacement and repair project. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? The only question I have, a resident contacted me and asked when we were going to fix the concrete around Quebec Parkway, down towards the southern part of Quebec and the northern part. Is that addressed in this project?
I will allow our CIP manager, Mr. Mike McGoldrick, to answer that question.
While he looks that up, Councilmember Madera, you had a question?
I don't. I was going to make a motion.
Gotcha. You want to make your motion, Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, move to approve resolution 2022-52.
Oh, hold on, before I get there, did anybody register to speak? No, great.
No, ma'am.
I have a motion to adopt resolution 2022-52. Is there a second? Councilmember Hurst.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2022-52. Do we have an answer on that question? All right, is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2022-52, a resolution awarding 2022 concrete flatwork replacement and repair project to Silva Construction Incorporated.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-52. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, and if at some point in time, if we can figure out what we're doing about those repairs, thank you. And lastly, Administrative Council Business, South Adams County Water Sanitation District Letter of Support Request. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Noble?
To make a motion.
Okay, make your motion.
So moved. To endorse the endorsement letter.
So you're making a motion to approve my signature being on the letter?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Hurst?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve my signature going on the letter in support of the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District grant. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That concludes all our business. Have a good night. Have a good week. Hope you join us next week for the Memorial Day Parade. It will be nice to have that back after a 2-year hiatus, and stick around for the concert in the park afterwards. Enjoy some good food from the food trucks. Hope to see you there. Have a good night. Have a good week.